Hello, everyone, and welcome back to this week's episode of Crow Lane. I am Jess. I am your game master for this campaign, and you can find me on the internet. I do that every time. I think it's actually going to be my trademark. I've decided. You can find me on an internet at seriously. You're welcome. Passing it over to my lovely cast to introduce themselves. I'm going to start off with Bree.
Hi everyone, my name is Bree. I use she/her pronouns. I was just thinking this through. I think this one will be airing around spooky season. So if it's around spooky season, you're probably going to be finding me at a local graveyard, being spooky, haunting. It'll be great. It'll be really fun. I'm totally doing this because I'm definitely not cursed.
I will be in every graveyard.
Just every
Look for me in dark shadows and spooky corners. You'll see me, and I'll give you candy.
Yeah, I think this is technically our closest to Halloween episode that we have. So, man, I wish something haunting was going to happen this episode. I should have planned that better. Anyway, passing it over to Diana.
Hi, I'm Diana. You can find me on the internet at Sapphic Stragonona or just Sapphic Straga. You can also find my writing in Storybank. Might be out. Who's to say? The passage of time is a mystery. You can also find me just watching the worst horror movies that you could ever possibly find and rating them all a 5 on Letterboxd.
Why? Wait, I have no idea what the scale is. Is 5 good or bad? Is
Good.
it out of 5?
5 is
okay.
Out of 5. Yeah.
I was like, that's a pretty mid score. Anyway, I know nothing about Letterboxd.
Me neither. I don't actually have one, but if I did, I'd be giving them all a 5.
Cool, as you should. Passing it over to James.
Hi everybody, I'm James. I use she/they pronouns. You can find me on social media either at TTRPGay or Nice One James. It's a plot hook for me too. You're welcome. I think I'm doing things around the time this will come out, but I don't really know. I'm just a girl and people tell me when they want me to show up to things. So check my social media. Maybe I'm doing things, maybe I'm not. That's okay. You can also find me curled up in front of your fireplace going honk shoo, me, like a little cat. I'm asleep.
I simply love asking my players to do their introductions and announce things that they're in months in advance. Makes it really vague and exciting and really adds to the mystery of this whole campaign vibe, I think. Next up is Mara.
Hey everybody, my name is Mara and you can find me on the internet at Lore Dropout or College of Lore Dropout. You pick which one and I might be there. You can also find me doing something cool that should be out now, but I don't know, so I'm not gonna tell you. Again, a little something. It's July here in the before times, just so you all know.
Don't break the illusion!
It's so hot! But you can also find me, at your local animal shelter, booping every little animal on the nose and telling them I love them very softly in their little ears. Or big ears. They might have big ears. I don't know.
And last but never least, passing over to my wife who hates introducing themselves, TT.
I'm TT.
Excellent! Perfect. Never been done before, will never be done as good again. Alright, heading on over to my favorite part of introductions is announcements, and I'm going to do these so good and well. You can follow us on social media at either Starlight Tales or Starlight Tales _. No idea which one it is. We should probably unify that. I think someone's stolen our username. We will fight for it back. Anyway, follow us over on Twitter for our weekly updates and announcements. You can follow us over on Instagram, TikTok, and also YouTube, where we have previous VODs and full anthologies of our previous campaigns to catch up on if you like what we're doing over here. You can also follow us over on Patreon. You will have to give us money though, but we promise that we give you things in return. It's a win-win situation. You help us and support us do what we do here, and we give you things like monthly live streams, exclusive pieces of writing, extra bits of lore, early announcements, all of that good stuff. You can also head over to our Discord, where all of our community members hang out and chat and discuss episodes and discuss general TTRPG things. It's really fun over there and it's a really nice space. So we encourage going over and exploring our community over there. Also, if you are in the mood for some new dice, you can head on over to Die Hard Dice and use our code Starlight10 for 10% off your order. And because I don't know what else is happening in October, and it's currently July, that's all for the announcements today. I'm gonna head on over to our intro screen. Transition. Last time on Crow Lane, we began with a reunion no one saw coming, one between Rodella Crowcolt and her deceased ex-husband turned parrot, Henry Harzipper, who died at sea decades beforehand. Henry left Rodella with a familiar warning that she was coming for them all, and she was also preparing something big. Meanwhile, half of our family continued to explore the crypts below, and after some very clever puzzle piecing and riddle solving, opened a secret entrance to the long-buried tomb of Beatrice Moore, the daughter of the mysterious Lennox Moore, the man responsible for building both the Crowcolt estate and possibly the gold mines beneath it. And last we left off, our crows on their way to a much-needed family meeting, where equally much-needed conversations are about to take place. And that is exactly where we're going to pick up. It is a couple of hours since our morning escapades. It's now just about approaching noon, and the family has reconvened in the Crowcolt estate for a family meeting of sorts, which is, very professionally catered by who I'm not sure. Reva, why don't you tell me what this catering looks like for this meeting?
I'm really torn by this because in many, many ways I would love to have a really delightful spread. But I think this is like very classic office spread, like a classic office meeting, because this is coming from the Crowcolt Enterprises, sort of business expense fund that's covered by the corporate card. So we have sandwiches. All of them are unfortunately have a little bit too much mayo, which I feel like is a weird thing that's true of
that's
catered
so
sandwiches.
True. Yeah.
It's weird, right? And it's just the bread is always a little bit staler than you'd expect. But it is an assortment of sandwiches, a bunch of, and I'm sorry, this menu is very Western, and this is just the unfortunate reality of a lot of corporate catering, is it is very Western. There's a handful of vegetarian options, which are just alfalfa sprout sandwiches. And that's kind of
delightful.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
If
really anyone has worked in the private sector, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I am having war flashbacks. Cool. Okay. So where is this meeting actually taking place? Have you got probably the living room potentially, where you usually have your dining room?
I think where it's taking place is the kitchen, because I think Rodella wants to feel comfortable, and I think that the kitchen is someplace that feels very cozy for her. And it's easy to spread out the sandwiches, which she looked at without batting an eye, because this is just the most Reva thing to possibly do when she's about to divulge all of her deepest, darkest secrets, is for Reva to cater, and she knows it's out of love, so.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So you're in this gorgeous kitchen, a very large kind of kitchen island in the middle, which has a bunch of kitchen chairs and bar stools around it. Your finger sandwiches are kind of laid out on the marble worktop. And I think just as you kind of settle in to start this meeting, there's a quick knock at the back door that kind of leads out of the kitchen, and Sam pokes her head through and is like, "Hi, family. Hello. I heard we were convening."
Yeah. Come on in. We're here with these amazing sandwiches. Delicious.
Oh, wow. Cool. Well, I heard we were having a meeting, so as she kind of comes in fully through the door and kind of has a stack of Tupperware up to her chin, I just brought some bits from the bakery. It's I'm not...
Swoops in and just snatches one off the top. Oh, thank God.
Cool, yeah, no, but these great. Is that alfalfa? Cool. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna be here in the corner. Grabs Nadette's arm, kind of just holds it to her chest. Doesn't say anything, but very much okay, good, you're here. You're physically here. Great, cool. Just pets it and just holds it, stands next to you.
Right, okay, let's get started and eat. Delicious.
There's way too much fucking mayo in these. You understand that, right?
No way.
It's just, yeah. It's fine. Sorry. This is very serious. Sorry.
I think
glad.
we're done. Go for it.
I was just gonna be like, I'm glad you understand the severity of the situation.
Looks a little abashed. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Mom. Go ahead.
I think Rodella kind of like...
No, I think Rose makes eye contact with Tennant and just mouths, wow.
Yeah, I think Rodella kind of like slides a bar stool up, and I don't know where everyone's sitting, but she just kind of like settles down. And I think with the attitude of like ripping off a Band-Aid, like just kind of, well, as I believe most of you know, we had a visitor. And I feel like at this point, they've probably like, Riddell's probably filled everyone in on Henry the Parrot. You know, like, I think she's given that information over. And is just kind of starting from that kind of base point.
Sam goes, Sorry, I'm not here.
I think Rodella casts Nadette a little bit of a look of, like, she's letting it slide because, yes, Sam is part of the family now, but also this is really weird.
Nadette just responds with an eyebrow raise. Just like a, yeah. Wild.
I didn't... God. It's hard to find words when you, haven't spoken about something in a long time. So, bear with me. I think the reason that I don't talk about my youth is because I see it as something so entirely separate to my life with all of you. It was a painful chapter, and I think I felt that certain things should remain closed, especially when most of you were going through the horrors yourself. So I didn't feel the need to bring up old wounds of people that had nothing to do with you and would never have anything to do with you. But the past always seems to come back, so. I was born into a family that, I think she glances up at Rose, I guess you could say had noble blood?
Tennant immediately
It takes
looks at Rose.
every ounce of Rose's self-restraint not to look at Tennant.
He's looking at you like, the fuck?
Nothing necessarily of great repute, but well-to-do. And I think when you're in a family of average well-to-doers, there are a lot of expectations put on the children to ensure that you climb up the ranks. I am the eldest. And so a lot of those responsibilities were mine. I was very good at following the rules. I was very good at being the perfect child. She looks at her kids. And I knew what was expected of me, and I followed it. But I think I always grew up feeling a little bit stagnant. A little bit trapped. I think I grew up feeling like there was... And I think she just kind of like grips her chest. Fire. That I had to kind of bury. And then, when I was old enough, I was told that they had found somebody for me to marry. I didn't know him. I was close with my parents, and I assumed that they wouldn't send me off to somebody terrible. And I was right. When I met Henry, and I think for a minute, she kind of checks out. And I think her mind, this has been a place that she hasn't really been back to, and especially not vocally. Like, she has not spoken this aloud for a long, long time, and has not hashed over these memories for a long time. And I think she continues to speak to everyone, and she continues to tell this story, but she is living it. And I think Radella sees herself now standing awkwardly in a parlor room, trying to stand up straight, trying not to fidget with her dress, trying to, not look awkward in shoes that are a little bit too small, a dress that's pulling slightly on her shoulders, with shoulders that she's always been told she needs to hunch to try and make them look a little bit smaller. And her hair is long and curled with bows and ribbons, and she has, rouge on her cheeks, and she's just trying so hard to look like a fitting bride. And a gangly, awkward young man enters the room, 2 heads shorter than her, looking for all the world like he's going to pass out. And the 2 of them just kind of stand and stare at each other. They make their, very mechanical introductions, and they shake hands, because what else do you do? And, their parents have left the room to give them a bit of privacy for a moment. And when they shake hands, his hands are soft. He holds her very gently. And he just asks, he looks at her and he just says, "I don't know what I'm doing." And Radella looks at him and goes, "Well, I guess we can figure that out." And the next week or so, they get to know each other. And that night, that first night, they sit quietly in a bed together, both anxious, but all they do is talk. The next day, Henry takes her around this new house that she's living in, which is, modest. It's beautiful. There's a large field outside. There's, beautiful farmland. There's a little village nearby. And it feels more secluded than where Rodella grew up. And when he takes her around the house, he starts showing her all of his favorite books. He starts showing her, all the things that he enjoys. And Rodella starts to feel comfortable. And as the days go on, nothing really happens. Nothing really changes. There's no spark. There's no chemistry. There's just comfort. And I think eventually the two of them realize this is very platonic. They realize that this friendship that they're building is something that both of them were missing. And the longer Rodella stays there in this kind of quiet, secluded place where they aren't really bothered by anyone, where every once in a while her husband leaves to go, he's a merchant, he leaves to go do something, and she has the house to herself. And she starts reading his books. She starts going out and working in the field because, frankly, there's no one else to do it. She starts looking at the swords that are up purely for display on the wall and pulling them down for a moment, and starts experimenting with things that she hasn't had an opportunity to when she was at home. And I think she feels that flame that's been just kind of burning just stoke a little bit. And after a while, she asks Henry to cut her hair because God knows she doesn't want to hold a pair of scissors and attempt it herself. They have the exact same haircut for about a week and they just can't stop laughing about it because that's the only haircut he knows how to do. But yeah, I think she spends 10 years growing and changing and becoming somebody that when she looks in the mirror, she starts to recognize. She occasionally does Henry's makeup, and they exchange clothes, and they exchange information on the etiquette for things growing up, and they just become so comfortable in this little oasis that they've created. And I think all Rodella can really remember is just this feeling and this sense of peace and the fact that she spent every night talking with somebody who was a best friend. And then she remembers bringing someone else into that family, her little sister. Her parents wanted somewhere for her to grow and to learn and to have a new experience. And for a while, they feel like they have a little family. And then eventually, I think Rodella, who's been kind of like flowing through the years in her mind and kind of reliving this, kind of stutters to a halt. And she remembers that image of Henry standing there dripping wet, which is something she never had the opportunity to see. He was just gone. And she remembers lounging around the house, just having a normal day, just nothing out of the ordinary. Somebody showing up and the news being delivered. And the house doesn't feel warm. The light changes color. And she starts to notice how much the floorboards squeak. And she starts to notice the dripping of the pipes. She sees the dirt that she brings in when she walks through the door and tries to sweep it back out. And there's a ringing in her ears that she can't seem to get rid of. And the fire that had kind of bloomed into a really comfortable kind of warm glow just diminishes to embers. And she keeps checking in with the authorities, trying to find out what happened, trying to find out who's to blame. And the most she can get out of them is the Sea Devils. And it doesn't matter how much she cries, how much she screams. They won't do anything about it. This person who's become her home is gone, and they won't do anything about it because it's too dangerous. Because they can't risk interacting with these people. And I think the injustice and the loss grows and grows, and this fire that had been snuffed out for a moment starts to blaze, and it starts to grow, and she feels hot, and she just sweats, and it feels like a fever. And her parents ask her to come home because they don't want her sitting in that house alone. And she sees this life that she has created, this oasis, this freedom that she has built for herself, slipping through her fingertips. And in a moment that she can only describe as madness, she burns it all down. And she runs. And I think Rodella keeps that information a little bit vague. Because the reality is that she spent months speaking to a grave that was unmarked, feeling insane, but it was the only thing she could connect to. And then when the time came and she wanted to fake her death, she snuck into that graveyard and took that body and used it as her own. And her parents probably assumed that the Sea Devils came back to finish the job. She doesn't really know because she hasn't seen them since. But I think she keeps that vague because it still makes her sick to think about. She spent a good amount of time working her way through the underground, learning how to sail, learning how to fight, so that she could deliver the justice that Henry didn't receive. And that fire consumes her. And I think Rodella just kind of stops. And she's looking almost translucent. Her hair looks much grayer. Her eyes much paler. And then she just kind of shrugs and goes, "And that's how I met your mother."
I think I'd like to take a position, like, right to Rodella's right. And I want to put a hand on your shoulder. And I'd like to look out to the family. Any questions?
No. So, well, this bird is okay. Can Nadette make an insight check on Rodella? Just to see, like, does Rodella need silence or does Rodella need silence filled right now? I think is what
go ahead.
That's trying to gauge. That's a 10 on the die. Plus 4, so 14.
I think Rodella spends a lot of time in silence and would prefer hearing what you guys have to say.
Well, it's a big... I mean, that's a lot. Thank you for telling... I'm sorry that you... If you felt like you had no other choice to tell it now, thank you thought of. I don't... None of this family seems to have an easy history. So are you gonna, like, fight Mum and then you, like, ha! Or how did that happen? Because that's a big leap. Throwing that out there.
I think...
Just curious.
I think Rodella looks at Reva.
I think that the less we know about those particulars, the better, honestly, because I don't imagine it's a story that I particularly want to hear while I'm trying to eat.
No, I would love to hear the story. Tell me more. And
No,
I'm gonna take a
I
seat
think I'm
and pour
okay.
myself some lukewarm coffee.
Ugh.
Take a bite out of a sandwich.
I think Rodella casts you just to like, yeah, I didn't share enough right now. And I think she just goes, well, yes, I very much did want to murder so many people. But your mother is incredibly attractive.
Okay. Yeah, you're right, Ruby. We don't
just
have to
leave
hear
it.
about
Yeah,
it.
we can leave
Yeah.
it there. I don't need
Didn't
to.
think that one through.
Nope.
Alright. Okay. So, what next? Something's coming for us? Someone? Little ominous?
Well, now that you know who Henry is to me, it might be a good idea to figure out what everyone has heard or knows, and see if we can prepare for what he's warning us about. I think Rodella glances over, Nadette responded, but I think Rodella glances over at Ruby and Tennant, not necessarily for them to speak, but just to see kind of where their heads are at.
God. Yeah, I mean, I think, it was just a lot to absorb. I think Ruby's eyebrows went all the way up when you said husband, but that was kind of the biggest reaction that anyone got. Yeah, I think, I think that she is probably looking at Rodella with a lot of sympathy, because of the situation that she was in not 3 hours prior.
I think similarly, Tennant is kind of, despite the kind of lighthearted comments being made around you, is kind of focused on you with a sort of solemnity that indicates he really does understand the weight of what you have shared and how personal that was.
I think Rodella, before they kind of move on, just turns to look at the kids specifically, and I think she just says, I hope you know that the reason I didn't talk about it wasn't because I didn't want you to know me. I think I wanted to be and wanted you to know the person that I am now. And I think I felt that that was all that mattered. But sometimes I get things wrong. So.
TT, take a point of inspiration for the fucking insanity that was, because that was epic storytelling.
Well, now that you all know, I think we have a little bit of a mystery to solve. And then I would like to take the moment to sort of change the topic for a moment, just to prattle on a little bit and give a little bit of a report on what we found in the crypt. We found in terms of the story about Lennox Moore and Beatrice Moore, and just do a little bit of, I don't know how to describe it besides this sort of like administrative sort of like, here's a debrief
Mission
so
report.
everyone can,
Yeah.
like a very classic mission report to sort of set the stage.
I think in a very Ruby-esque manner, Tennant's eyebrows go all the way up into the hairline as they kind of listen to this and like, oh, so the crypt was actually a crypt. Who would have guessed?
Yeah, dead body down there for God knows how long.
Excellent.
Yep.
Okay.
We've been sleeping on top of that thing for years. It's fucking honestly kind of insane that we haven't been haunted until now.
We've also been sleeping on top of like hundreds and hundreds of mummified statues, so yeah.
That too, yeah.
Oh, well, we have fun here, don't we? What a good time. Oh shoot, is no one taking the minutes of the meeting? How will we know what happened? Ah, no note takers here.
Sam goes, oh, I can.
Sam, it's not too late. You can still run.
Actually,
Shoot
Sam,
Ruby a look.
if you have some time afterwards, I would love to have a little conversation. Is that okay, Nadette, if I steal your spouse?
She grips your hand. Yeah, fine. Yeah, what's up with that?
Whenever you have time.
Yeah, what time in the world? Yeah.
I think Rose, who, like, for most of this conversation has had, like, an expression and body language that I think most of you haven't seen for a long time, which is the, like, this doesn't necessarily feel like this feels like a family conversation and I am the family, but, like, I don't feel like, I'm just gonna sit here and be really quiet and make myself small for a minute, but who has, like, Frost kind of kissing her eyelashes from the, like, emotion and relating so much to so much of what Rodella just said, I think will kind of clear her throat a little and just... also, it's not a remarkable update, but I spoke with Miss Rosalie about the castle, and she's never heard of it either, so... No news on that.
I mean, is it possible that we're looking at a literal castle, or is it just, like, metaphor storytelling device? I mean, if Lennox Moore is the person, the person who's been referenced in this story, if those are the same thing, then I don't know, maybe it's been dressed up a bit.
The thing is, I saw it. And I suppose that it's possible
above
that the
table,
magic...
what spell were you using again? Okay.
Legend lore, but Rose experiences it through visions. Yeah,
gotcha. Yeah. Okay, cool.
And I mean, it's possible that it was like something that the magic created, I suppose, and not a memory.
Well, I mean, if it's a legend, and that legend matches a good amount of what was in the storybook, that's, it's not necessarily fact, but it's...
Visually, it also matched the statues and the underground everything, and I don't know, I mean, it could be something plainer or a long time ago. I'll keep kind of poking around, but I don't know.
I have a few contacts through the antique business who are, they're purveyors of our shop, so they like old things that I can reach out to. One of them what I sold them was a fake, so I don't know if they'll get back to me. But it was a really good fake, so I don't think they'd figure it out. Anyway, I a few people.
Risk it.
Yeah. What are they gonna do? Haunt us?
Okay, talking about this book, where did the book come from? You said Elwyn had it.
Yeah.
And you remember me reading it to you?
Yeah.
So it's always been here? Like,
Apparently.
okay. Well, who wrote it?
I can pull the book out. I assume I would. I think I took it from the kids to read over more, so I can pull it out and set it on the table. And you didn't hear this from me, but they keep a lot of things under the mattress in their room. So if anything important goes missing, okay,
no,
good.
I know. Yep.
Okay, because that's where this was. And I don't want to be a narc, but also like,
You a narc? Heaven forbid. Nadette, on the front of this book, there is an author's initial. And it says D.A.
District Attorney.
Don't try
Exactly.
Fuck the DA.
Crack the case.
This is a lawyer drama now. D.A. Name, initials, ring any bells?
I got nothing.
Can I make a history check?
Sure.
Dumbass.
The author.
Yes.
That's a 19.
I mean, you can probably rack your brains and come up with like maybe a handful of names that match those initials, but like none of which really stand out to you as why they would write a book about this, especially given the age of the book. It is so old that like no one would would be alive to write something like this.
Got it. Mums, you're both old. Maybe you knew this person.
Cute.
Aren't I just?
Keep reminding him.
The initials seem familiar to me as like someone who reads a lot of books to my kids. Like, do we have any other books that have off the top of my head?
No one else. No other books that you have are initialed DA.
Okay, so now we have a new person to find as well.
Wonderful.
And we're just gonna let that old comment slide, right, dear?
Rodella kind of looks at you. Rodella looks so fucking tired. All the energy is drained out of her. She's like, I'm letting everything slide.
Oh, I'm sure I'll pay for it in some not-so-subtle way later.
One thing that Henry said, and I think Rodella glances again over at Reva, was that there's somebody who has been trying to help us.
Oh yeah, I thought that was pretty obvious.
Yeah. And I'm not sure how to reach her, but it might be worth.
I mean, I think we just gotta pick up the phone, yeah?
Wait, who are you
We
talking about?
might be talking about different people.
No, I'm not. Metaphorically, not like a literal, actual telephone. God, fuck. Everyone takes things so fucking literally in this family. I wonder why.
Well, don't use fucking metaphors all the time. What's wrong with you?
Sorry, I know how to read. Anyway, like it's not going to be fun. Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, I was just going to say I asked Sloan the other day for advice, and they said most of a seance is just waiting, which is cryptic, but not surprising. But I mean, it seems like she, kind of picking words very carefully, wants to help, like Henry said, so I don't imagine waiting would be long. And I think like eyes very quickly flick over to Reva with the conversation they had very recently where Rose said, hey, you want to do a seance? And Reva said, it's okay. And like feels very awkward bringing this to the family, just like eyes dart away very quickly.
We've got a magic candle. We can just... What if we just called her up?
I think more important than finding our allies is making sure Henry finds peace. Whatever deal he made to come back, though we are incredibly grateful, I want to make sure that it doesn't come with any lasting repercussions to his soul. I would like to make that our secondary priority, in addition to addressing the rest of the challenges that we're currently facing. Does anyone disagree?
No. I think once we understand what this thing is, we'll have a better idea of if there's a way to get him out of it.
I think Radella gives Reva a very soft look.
Oh god, I gotta call off my kill order. Fuck. 1 second. It's gonna run outside to call a bird. Just call him off, you know?
Kill the parrot.
The order was very much, hey, if you can find that guy, fuck him up.
Right. So, do we know how often Henry is able to get in touch, so to speak? I know you said the conversation ended rather abruptly, but I don't know, is there...
I doubt if he's contacted us once and shared this much information, we'll have much chance of seeing him again.
It also didn't sound like, he had any problem, like, manifesting, like, that's... I think he is just a bird, sorry. It's just more that whatever thing you made the deal with uses him to spy on us, so it's more about how safe it is for him to be around us.
Do you think there's a way in which we could, I don't know, use his spying against whoever's done this, set up a fake plan, much like we did with Wallow in the beginning, turn it around, or give fake messages? I don't want to do anything that would put him in peril, but I think we need to consider all of our options.
I think just from the last few years, we don't really know exactly how or what this person's looking for, or how much they're able to see, and clearly they've been able to see a lot. So I don't know if we'd have an opportunity.
Okay.
Worth considering.
Obviously, I don't know how any of the magic that we're dealing with here works, but if we ever figure it out, if it involves the divination magic, I do still have the scroll of non-detection from a year ago, which would essentially not allow someone to scry on him or do divination magic on him for, I think it's about 8 hours, if we ever need a chance.
Could be good.
Yeah. I think at the moment, we just need to find as much information as we can and speak to whoever can help. So, I think Riddell looks over at Rose. And then I think glances at Reva. Perhaps getting in touch with Sloan might be a good idea.
Your front doorbell rings.
Every time!
It's unlocked, Sloan.
Hello!
Tada! Hi, Sloan.
Haunting.
Sloan breezes into the kitchen, accompanied by a second person, her daughter Olivia. And Olivia is the child of Sloan and Estrus. She has this kind of like warm mid-tone skin with these like deep red colored locks that are cut into the shape of this like very queer looking mullet. She has these kind of like glowing luminous white eyes just like Sloan does, and she has so many piercings on her face, like 2 in her dimples, like several in her eyebrows. She has these like thick curled corns, and she wears these like really like very much like her mom, very witchy gothic clothing, like these tiny little like black like sunglasses perched on the end of her nose. She kind of like gives you all like a kind of coy wave. She kind of immediately finds your eye, Nadette. I think she's probably closest in age to you, and so as cousins, like you've always been, you know, probably up to no good. It's like, hi, family.
I gave her one of those piercings for sure.
At least 1,000%. Yeah. Immediately grabs a finger sandwich. Mayo. Cool.
You didn't see that coming?
Haha. Sloan kind of like tosses her hair, walks up to Reva, kind of like kisses you on either cheek. Just thought I'd pop by, no reason.
You don't have to lie, we all know.
I never lie.
It's been an eventful morning.
How so?
Do we need to tell you?
I'd love to hear stories.
Well, if you guys would like to fill Sloan in, I'm going to pop out for just a second. I think Rodella just kind of like gets up, her knees creaking a little bit, and walks out of the room.
I think I take a moment and I look over to Sam. I think you volunteered to take minutes earlier. Would you like to share? Or would you like to pass them over?
Oh! I didn't actually take a minute. I can though. I have a really good memory. I just need a piece of paper. Or
It's
you know,
fine.
I can tip it
It's
to my
fine,
phone.
dear. It's fine.
Okay, cool. Sorry. Next time, I'm on it. I'm 100% on it.
God, I'm such a bitch. I'm sorry.
It's so funny.
Active sweat beading on her temples. Has been there since you were like, let's have a meeting after this. And Sam's like, okay. Just absolutely losing her mind.
Give Sam's shoulder a squeeze and just give like a very loving, very Gaelic bardic inspiration. Like bolster her. And I'm gonna give Reva just a very withering look.
Yeah, Sloan leaves into the arena and goes, stop being such a bitch.
I think Ruby leans into Sam's other side and is like, she's gonna fire you after like one day. That's pretty.
Okay, well, that's okay.
Sam, I'm fucking with you.
Be
Sam,
nice!
Sam, I'm
For
fucking
what?
with you. God, please.
Oh my god.
I'm also gonna step outside.
Oh.
I will be back though. I know that you want to talk to me, and that's totally fine. I'm just gonna take a minute. She like,
Does Sam actually leave?
yeah, she just ducks
I'm
out into the hallway. She doesn't like leave the house.
I'm gonna give the family a kind of like matching to Nadette withering look, and I'm gonna go after Sam.
Okay. We'll stay in the kitchen for a moment. Sloan kind of like just steeples her fingers.
I was actually joking. I wasn't trying to fucking scare your girlfriend. I'm sorry.
Well, we're all a little scary, okay? So maybe we could tone it down a little bit until she gets a little bit more comfortable.
I'm trying to build the confidence and like, you know, it's like, just never mind.
Are you?
Yes.
You?
Yes. I armed her, didn't I?
Olivia fully cross-legged on top of the kitchen counter just cackles and goes, you guys are so fucked.
Not a spectator sport, Liv.
Sloane's still looking meaningfully at you, Reva, just like waiting for the instruction.
Rodella was just sharing with the family her history with Henry. Apparently, Henry's spirit has made a deal with some entity that we're not sure of to come back. Unfortunately, coming back often involves a few strings attached, as you are most keenly aware. Now we were just discussing everything else.
Also, there's like a real haunted crypt beneath like a body and a sarcophagus, and there's like a ghost made of mud. But,
I love it.
Yeah.
Really? Underneath?
Yeah.
Oh, why didn't you tell me?
That's what I'm doing, Sloane. You've been here for 45 seconds.
It's plenty of time. Alright, so there's a body, there's a ghost, there's several ghosts. Which one would you, like to speak to?
Can't we get him on a conference call or something?
I could give it a good go.
I'm so tired.
Can you imagine introducing, like, Birdie Moore to, like, a crew of ghosts? Oh, goodness.
I think Sloane kind of fixes you with, like, a less, like, teasing and a more, like, genuine look, and is like, is this something you're ready to do?
I don't think I'll ever be ready, but, you know. When's that stopped any of us?
So true. I'm gonna go shopping for some components. Liv, come with me. I will meet you back here after dinner. Sound good?
Yeah.
Sounds good, dear.
Okay.
And I want to do 2 little cheek kisses. Goodbye.
Alright, toodles! She walks out the room. Liv kind of like stays cross-legged on the counter, like a finger sandwich in each hand, and like a beat like you just hear Sloane go, Livia! She's like, oh, sorry. Just picks up some more sandwiches. I actually fucking love mayo, and then leaves.
I kind of look over at Ruby and I'm like, we need to step up. We're not the coolest cousins.
What do you mean? I think we're very... No, yeah, she's got us beat by a mile.
Talon is also objecting. I'm cool. I'm very cool.
You were never in the running. Don't flatter yourself,
Get
please.
out of here.
We're gonna pan from here and move over to follow Rose as she heads after Sam out in the hallway. Sam just kind of like brushes herself down and kind of like fans her pits.
That's my girlfriend!
I think Rose will walk out and kind of just like very gently kind of take Sam's wrist and like pull her into an adjacent room so that Rose can close the door for shit-talking purposes. And we'll kind of close the door and I think just like very gently take Sam by the shoulders and go, listen, the maniacal motherfuckers, sadism runs in their blood for no reason. I think it's the generational trauma, I really do. It's not you. They're just like that. And they think it's funny, they're not doing it to be mean. They're trying to haze you, not out of ill intent. They just think it's funny because they're sadistic motherfuckers. It's not you. They like you, I promise. I was you 10 years ago. Trust me, they like you. They're just like that. They're not even trying to be mean. They're not trying to make you feel funny. It's just that...
Am I getting fired though?
You're not... Sam, you can't get fired from being Nadette's girlfriend, okay? Reva thinks
I know, I
that
just
she
feel
has that
like-
power, but she doesn't, okay?
She just mentioned a contract once, like in the early days, and so I like laughed it off. I'm like, maybe did I
It's
accidentally
sadism.
sign a contract? Okay,
You know, it's sadism.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I also think that maybe Reva's been in control of so many things for so long and was like raised with a parental figure that was in control of so many things for so long. Trust me, the pot kettle here. That I think now there's sort of a subconscious part of her that thinks if she tries really hard, she can control like the atoms in the universe. She does.
Can she do that?
No.
Okay. Cool.
No, well, if she can, I've never figured it out, but it's fine. I promise. it's just like this. And I'm giving you this pep talk because I don't get the sense that you're going anywhere soon, which I hope you're not, because I really like you and I think you and Odette are like perfect together. And I'm 10 years in, and if I'd gotten this pep talk, I think I'd be like 20 years ahead.
Yeah, no, that means a lot. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Like, me and the dev have been, like, practicing, like, being, like, mean and sarcastic, and like, I'm trying, and I've, like, kind of, like, had to almost win with Ruby the other day. Right. It's really hard. It's just, like, not in my nature, and it's just, like, it's like watching ping pong. It's crazy. Yeah. It happens all the time, and I just don't know how to catch up, and I feel really bad being in that meeting, because I feel like that was, like, something I was not meant to be there for, but I thought I wanted to bring muffins, and, you know, I'm like... Anyway. It's crazy in here.
I think Sam says I've been practicing, and Rose has like a That's So Raven flashback moment of doing the same thing with Tenet 10 years prior, 11 years prior, and has just a small existential crisis of, oh my god, I am Sam. And then like comes back and it's just, no, first of all, if they didn't want you there, they wouldn't have waited the whole time. They would have just said something really mean at the beginning to get you out, because and none of, specifically Reva, but none of them are really afraid of speaking their mind. So if they didn't want you there, you would know. You're not actually expected to take minutes, and honestly, I think you shouldn't take minutes as like a power play. I think they'll respect you not doing it, which I know is hard, but like, here's the thing, Reva does these like sadistic little tests of people's like power and capabilities.
How do you know they're the tests?
It's really fucked. If Reva's talking to you, you can just sort of assume it's a test. I'm going to tell you. It's not.
Oh my god, Rose, this is...
I'm sorry. The thing is, she doesn't necessarily want you to pass the test. She wants you to not give a shit about the test, because that's her sick, fucked up approval metric. So
okay. So like when she like pulls me for a chat later, I just don't give a fuck.
Yes, but like in a casual way. Like, don't walk in and say like, "Fuck you, Reva," you know, because that's too much. You want to like scale it. Like, you know how like, I'm just gonna use my husband as an example because like, love that guy. You know how like sometimes he just like looks at you and you're like, I'm not really certain, not me because he loves me, but where he's like, I'm not really certain if you're listening to me or if you're thinking about something else. You gotta bring that energy to it.
Right, like his eyes wander when you're trying to have a conversation.
Yeah. Which again, not personal. I promise they like you. It's
okay. No, I just figured they were bad at eye contact.
That is true. Yeah. So you just, you know, you gotta like come in with the casualness of like, I'm here to have this conversation with you. Yeah, but I can also not have this conversation with you, and it wouldn't really matter. My day would continue just fine. Okay, but like, cool. I'll take time out of my day. Yeah, and also maybe like we are the same person. Maybe like lower the pitch of your voice a little bit. I feel like they all talk these like low, slow, brooding sort of, you know. And I think you and I, when we get nervous, we talk really fast and really high, and I think it's sort of like a tell, like when you play card games, you know.
Okay, cool.
It's gonna be fine. It's going to be fine. You just, you know, what really helped me sometimes is like looking in the mirror and pretending you're talking to Reva and just like saying something affirmative, you know, like you can't talk to me like that, or I'm not going anywhere. I've never said those things to Reva, but if you like practice saying them, you can normally get like 20% of the confidence in the room with you.
Okay, yeah. Could we do like a quick
I'll channel Reva.
Okay.
And just I just want to clarify, I do like you, and I'm not going to be mean to you, but I'm going to be channeling the rest. I just want to affirm that I like you a lot.
Okay.
And I'm on your side. I'm rooting for you.
That really means a lot. Okay.
Yeah, of course. Okay, hit me with it.
Okay. Hi, Reva.
Too low.
Hi, Reva.
Here you go, casual.
How you doing?
Hello, Sam.
What would you like to talk to me about, Reva?
Oh, see, this is hard because I don't actually know what she wants to talk to you about.
You don't? Oh my god, I
don't. I'm sorry, I don't know. See, you and I had very different introductions to this family. Like, Ruby's given you a knife. I'm not gonna lie, I'm extraordinarily, disgustingly jealous about that. But that's not your problem, that's my problem. Because, you know, I sort of came in after the art farm and everything was like a disaster, and I was sort of like put together with sticks and glue, and Ruby like projected everything onto me and hated me a lot and didn't talk to me and sort of ignored me. It was terrible. It was bad. And then, you know, everyone else kind of looked at me like I was going to fall apart, which in fairness wasn't correct. But so we had very different introductions into...
Yeah.
Both got kidnapped, though. Sorry, you're probably not ready to joke about that yet. My bad.
It's okay. No, I just kind of bring big good every time I show them, hoping to, like, them to like me, and if I just keep bringing them nice things to eat, then they'll want to eat me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First of all,
it's like the only thing I can do.
The thing is, back up. First of all, no. What you can do is bring a charming and sunny, wonderful energy into any room you walk into because you're a lovely person and we're all lucky to have you in the family. First of all, write that down, but not literally because you're not taking minutes.
I'm not taking minutes.
Actually write it down. Exactly. Oh shit, what was the other thing I was going to say? Oh, two, thank you for bringing baked goods today because why was there so much fucking mayo on the sandwiches?
I don't know, and it wasn't even
We are
good
disgustingly wealthy. Like,
it was
unethically wealthy.
Not fresh at all. Not fresh eggs.
Bad mayo.
Right.
I know. We could have popped down to Mario Mart. Anyway, I'm sorry. This is not what it's fine. Talk about.
I'll cover it next time. Don't worry.
No, honestly, here's the thing. I love eating your baked goods, but I think you shouldn't because you don't have to bring anything to a family meeting except yourself because you're family. You don't owe those sadistic motherfuckers that I love in there anything. At all.
But I do because they did save my life when I got kicked.
No.
Do you guys want to make a perception check really quick?
Oh gosh.
Oh god.
Yeah. That's a nat 20.
I ironically got a 19, so that's a 30.
Radella's sitting super awkwardly in a chair in the corner of this room, trying so hard to just be so quiet and like turn slightly away, trying to be like as non-visible as possible, just kind of observing things on the wall.
As you turn in this armchair, it gives this like just slight creak. Sam grabs Rose and goes, "Ah!"
Oh my god! I think Rose just freezes and replays every single insane thing that she said in the last 2 minutes, and then just like still like Sam like wrapped around her, just like very slowly turns their head and just, hi, how are you feeling?
I think Radella just kind of like, okay, I'm caught. Stands up, turns around, walks over to them both, and just kind of like pulls them into a hug. Just, I think it's safe to say that if we didn't like you, we wouldn't be here.
That's so threatening. I really like your wife, I swear. She's so cool.
I think everything you said was accurate. So
okay.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Thanks. Oh, I feel like I have to go throw up now.
Me too. Okay.
Okay.
There's 2 bathrooms downstairs. We can take it one each.
Yeah.
I think as Sam starts like heading out the door, Radella just kind of like puts a hand on Rose's shoulder.
Yeah.
Wait a
Yeah. I think a little bit of like I think Rose is like pink and I think her ears are flat. But I think like this eases a little bit and like ears kind of perk just a little bit and just yeah. Sam, do you need anything? Was that a good?
She's gone.
Oh. I think Rose like turns over her shoulder to say this and goes, oh, okay, well, that's done. Sorry, yeah, hi. I'm gonna shut the door again.
What the pep talk?
Thanks. It was brutal in there. Thanks.
Well, we've all had that introductory period, so.
Learn from the best, I suppose. So, although the pep talk was a little.
I think they get a little bit less vicious each time, though. Mine involved a lot of gunfire and
Really?
explosions, so.
Oh, right. Well, I guess it's something to be thankful for on my end. I think there's like an expression that you recognize on Rose's face where she has about 100,000 things that they would like to say, but you can't settle on any one of them, and just well, thank you for paving the way for both of us. I'm very grateful for that because I've had explosions and gunfire for a while, so Stupid question. You okay?
You know, I think often people say that it feels like a weight's been lifted off their chest after.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling like that.
I think it takes time.
Mm.
I killed my ex-partner like 3 years ago. So, I think, unfortunately, things that have been buried for a long time like to stick around and be mean for a while. But,
Rodella squeezes your hand.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that, and I don't think she really knows, like, why she's saying this right now.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of, she feels a little bit compelled. And I think she just says, honestly, I think the reason that I didn't tell them was I didn't want them to think that I would ever abandon them.
I think Rose, at this point, squeezes your hand. Just, for what it's worth, you've never given me the impression ever that even if you had the choice, you would go anywhere but here. You make people feel loved, Rodella. You don't make people feel like you're trying to run. For what it's worth. But, I'm certainly not going to ever fault you or anyone for keeping the past in the past. And I don't think you should feel bad for doing so.
I think that is what has always scared me a little bit. The fact that I don't feel bad.
Good.
But I guess there wasn't really a way for me to go back.
Sure. But even if you could, I think, I don't mean to sound presumptuous and say that the lives that we left are the same, because I know that they're not, but I think there are some thematic similarities. I think it's a hard thing to understand. You haven't lived it, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think you should. I'm glad you don't feel bad, because I don't think, if somebody spends a lot of time feeling bad, I don't think you should. Yeah, but I'm sorry it came out like this, but thank you for telling us. I know it sucks, but yeah. If this is not my business, you can fully tell me to fuck off. And I know I just gave like a big speech just now about how like not to let the family talk to her that way, but like I'm giving you permission to tell me to fuck off if it's not my business. But have you ever thought about looking for your sister?
I think Rodella, this entire time that she's been talking about her family and everything, like, it's all been very, very detached, very distant, very,
Yeah.
And I think when you mention that, there is just a flicker of guilt.
Yeah.
But it dies very quickly.
Sure.
Honestly, I'm sad for the pain that I think they endured when they thought they lost me. I think it would be fairly safe to say that I think that their lives are probably not better without me, but I think that they were strong and moved on. And I could see their lives being good.
I don't think that means that you can't try if it's something that you want. And for what it's worth, if it's ever something that you want, I would be very happy to look for you.
I don't think I'm the kind of person that they'd want to know.
Why?
Think she looks at you and just gestures vaguely to an invisible list of people she's murdered.
Sure.
Dang, okay.
And the house that surrounds her and everything. And I think it's just kind of like,
for what it's worth, speaking as both the person who left and as someone who lost someone very young, I think there's very little in the world you could do that would make someone want to know you. Especially because you're you, Rodella. But I don't want to push, I don't want to pry. And I understand.
thank you, love.
Yeah. My life is much better for you being in it, so thank you for being in it. I'm sorry for how you ended up in it. And frankly, I'm sorry for how I ended up in it, but still.
I think she gives you another quick hug.
Yeah. I think Rose lingers in it for just a second. And just like, I think mid-squeeze, just, I love you, Mom. I do.
Her squeeze gets a little bit tighter.
Oh.
We'll pan from that very beautiful moment back to the kitchen where, Reva, you are with the 3 children you gave birth to. What are you doing?
I think for me, I want to honestly ask as a group, your mother has just shared something deep and important. Do you have any questions for me? Anything that you don't want to ask her, or anything that you would like to know?
Honestly, it kind of makes things make a lot of sense. I knew there was a guy, but I thought she killed him.
Oh no, I was pretty sure you killed it. Did you kill him?
Yeah. Did you?
Because I definitely don't want to ask that.
Honestly, I don't know.
Oh my god.
Oh, great.
Wow,
Wonderful.
fucking hell.
Okay,
You
awesome.
guys are
Does she know that
crazy.
you don't know? She doesn't know who. Okay. There's no part of this that's not fucked up. There's no part of this that's not deeply fucked up. Can we ever just, we can't reel anybody in without causing
Does
them
anyone have a
unimaginable trauma?
normal marriage story in this family? Because that's crazy. That's crazy.
I was about to say I do, but we were in a secret
you don't.
relationship.
No, you don't.
Nope. Well, I'm the last hope, I guess.
We're doomed. We're doomed.
Yeah, we're
No
fucked.
one's gonna be normal.
We're pretty much fucked. Yeah.
I think you should all have faith in your sister to have a very... I think
Oh,
Reva
put
brings
that
up
on
this
me.
Oh, goodness.
Okay.
Well, hey, maybe Rose will divorce you, and then she'll marry someone normal, and then the
There you
name can
go.
pass on. And it
Oh,
won't
we
be
have a
cursed
really,
anymore.
really intense prenup, which actually means she just isn't allowed.
Oh, so you'll lose everything, huh?
Yeah. We're keeping Rose, for sure. You can
Frankly,
keep
I'm
me.
still surprised that you're still together. She's so out of your league, Pennant.
So am I.
Why am I here?
You
Why
baby
am I-
trapped
Why
her.
do I?
Yeah.
Why do I hang out with you? What? Okay, cool.
I don't know. I've been asking myself for years.
Great. I'm
This is
gonna
great.
just go. It's just too many people for too long. And I just don't like all of you that much. So bye. I see you later for a seance. What do you wear to a seance?
Not that.
For sure not that.
Helpful.
Wear something like... I'd say...
All black?
Right. Well, that'll be a struggle. Bye.
Before you leave, Tana,
Oh fuck. What?
I just want you to know that that we all love you very much. Your mother and I.
We still love you, even though we have a secret family.
Why do you say that like you're telling him that he's terminally ill or something? Like, what the fuck?
I think Tennant takes a minute and kind of like does like 3 long strides, crosses the room, and like gets up in your face, and you can see him like studying your eyes, waiting for them to change color, and is like, "Who the fuck are you?"
Do you need your hearing checked?
Okay, yeah, it's you. No one else could be that bitchy. Thank you. I don't know. Don't ever say that to me again. Bye. And like walk past you, decides to now go out the back door instead of the front door because it's the quickest route out of the house. And I think at this point he kind of like crosses paths with Stam as she kind of like stumbles back in. It's like, oh, are we dispersing? Hi. Hello. I'm here to whenever you want me, Reva.
Are you sick or something? You sound funny.
No.
All right.
We'll chat in my office.
Am I not allowed?
I look over to Nadette, and I think I give sort of like a... I don't know how to convey with eyes, trust me, I'm not going to kill her. Everything is going to be fine. This is business.
Alright, I think... Alright, Nadette will kind of put her hands up, but is just gonna stand outside the door like a Labrador retriever, just like waiting, just in case.
Ooh, Mom's gonna fire your girlfriend.
She's not employed here.
She's employed as Nadette's girlfriend.
Have you tried getting one?
Yeah, and we know how well that went last time. Thank
Yeah,
you for reopening that particular wound. Really appreciate it. You've been so really just like wonderful about my delicate emotional state. I really appreciate you.
I know.
Treating
I'm a
my
giver.
feelings so gently. Yeah.
Give-
Mhm.
Give
Yeah,
my love
wonderful.
and
I don't know what I would do without you.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna fire your girlfriend though.
Well, then I guess I will just have to promote her from girlfriend to kind of make sure, give a quick look around. Or is anyone still in the
Senior
room?
manager girlfriend, vice girlfriend.
Beyonce wife.
All right.
Okay. If you say
When are you
anything,
gonna do it?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
Just telling people so that they're prepared.
Who've you told?
And they know.
Who'd you tell before me?
I had to tell Tennant.
Why'd you have to tell Tennant?
I don't know if. I don't know. It's just the rules, I think.
Is it?
Yeah. I'm making the rounds now.
Okay.
I guess. I don't know.
Okay. Happy to be
Okay.
included, I guess.
You're welcome.
Fuck.
Yeah.
God.
I love you.
Okay.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. I'm very happy for you, and she's really great. And
I know.
you seem very happy with her.
I am. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Why does it feel like we're still yelling?
Reva, you lead Sam into your office.
I would like to very pointedly close the door.
Sam just stuffs her hands inside her pockets and then goes, no, and then like folds her arms and goes, no, that feels aggressive, and then like puts one hand in her pocket and one hand like on her hip, and then just does a little bit of a shuffle dance as she tries to position herself.
Have you made yourself comfortable? If you'd like, you can take a chair.
I'll stand, thank you.
I'm gonna raise an eyebrow at that, and then I will
She shrinks.
sit down. I'm gonna sit down at my desk and I'm gonna gesture to like a chair like in front of my in front of the desk.
Or I can sit. Yeah, I'll sit. Thank you.
Would you like a sandwich? And I like have like a little platter like that I've stuck in the kitchen.
No, no. It's fine. I ate.
Honestly, that's the correct answer. These things are terrible.
In her head, she's going, "That was a test. Oh my god."
Well, here I wanted to talk to you about something really important, especially as you have been spending more time with our family. Frankly, as you may be aware, people who get involved with our family members personally often encounter certain types of security challenges. As you may have already personally experienced as well. As a result of this, something I'd like to do is offer an opportunity to make sure that you're equipped for any type of future scenarios. Most employees who join the Crowcolt enterprises typically go through a basic self-defense course, but of course you are not an employee. However, I would like to extend the opportunity to take a basic self-defense course, potentially an advanced self-defense course, and importantly go through just a managing a hostage negotiations course. This is something that we have many people go through to make sure that in case that, unfortunately, if you are taken hostage, that you walk away from the scenario safely. Do you understand?
Yeah. Yeah. So, just sort of quick, are we like anticipating like another hostage situation? Like, what's like probability-wise, like what's like the likelihood of that happening again?
Frankly, it seems to happen somewhat regularly. We've been having this conversation about, frankly, the fact that the Crowcolt enterprise is security enterprises, and many functions and many people in the seas are looking to take advantage of potential business opportunities.
Okay, yeah, right. Sorry, what was the question?
Would you be open to taking these courses?
Okay. Counter question. What happens if I fail?
Trust me, you won't fail. You're more than capable.
Okay. Okay.
Any additional questions?
Well, I'll have to, I'll have to take some time to think about and discuss with my partner. And, I'll have to obviously, I have the bakery to run, so it will have to fit in around my schedule.
Of course, I would expect nothing less.
So I will get back to you in due course.
Fair enough. And I think at this moment, I would like to pull out some of her muffins that she brought over in Tupperware and just sort of like set them on the table. I'd like to crack open a lid and very deliberately take one and take a bite. Thank you so much for bringing these. I find them delightful.
You're welcome.
Well, don't let me keep you. But before you leave, I believe I heard that you recently came into possession of a knife.
Oh, yes. Well, it was Ruby gave it to me. Yeah. Yes, I have one. You can have it back if you want it. But
No.
also...
No. Have you had the opportunity to practice?
No. But I could if you wanted me to. Or I could if I wanted to.
Good. I typically practice 6 a.m. every morning. I'll see you in the estate, 5:50, for lessons.
Oh, like tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Yeah. I'm not doing anything.
Good.
It's okay. Oh, yeah, okay, I'm gonna leave. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Please shut the door.
For my license. Okay, bye. Glasses.
Nana is standing in the hallway.
Oh my god.
What happened?
What? Your mom. She's gonna give me license.
What?
She's gonna teach me how to use a knife. Oh my god. You guys are crazy. Oh, I love this family. Oh.
I'm so glad you love the woman. Holy shit. She's going to give you knife.
Yes.
My mother?
Yes. With the knife. Oh my god, wait. What if she kills me? Is this like a setup? Is this another test? Oh my god. God.
What do you mean?
Just because, everything your mom says is a test, right? You know that, right?
Well, yeah, I know that. How do you know? You know what? It's fine. I don't. If she tries, no. Honestly, like the first day of knife, it's a lot of footwork. I don't even use a knife it's a lot of learning how to stand so someone can't push you over, and then yeah. When are you knife training?
Tomorrow.
Ugh.
First thing, 5 in the morning.
Oh, God. Gross.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you get up. Oh.
I know, I'm gonna have to get up at 4 to put rolls out to prove. It's fine. Wow, that's crazy.
Okay, you okay. I know this is a good sign, actually.
Yeah?
Good
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
Yeah? Are you good?
Because this is so weird.
Oh my god.
Nadette, your phone buzzes in your pocket.
If kind of I know this family is wild. Is it any wonder I'm the way I am? And I'm gonna check it.
Sloane texts you and says, I know you're the only one who checks their messages, so would you please tell your mother we need a personal item of Bernadette and some offerings of things she may like.
Woof. I'll text
What?
back. Yeah. Oh, I gotta do this. Were you there? We're doing a seance.
Yeah, weird, cool, spooky, love it. I won't
Yeah.
be there. I hate
No.
those. Go. Definitely feel
Yeah.
like I've overstayed my welcome for private family conversations today, so I'm just probably gonna go back to the bakery now. Okay.
Right. But if you want to talk about what happened, if you, I know there was a lot for me, and I'm sure there was probably a lot for you. So
Yeah, Nadette, if you want to talk, that's okay. I'm okay.
No. Okay, you're okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm okay. I'll probably figure out in a couple days if I actually am, but for right now I feel okay.
Okay.
But I mean, can you imagine being married to a man?
I know. I would never.
What a thing!
Okay, I'm gonna take that as my cue to leave. Love you.
Okay. I love you very, 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 very much. Mwah.
She leaves. Let's check
gonna-
back in with. Oh, I'm so sorry. You were gonna. Pass
I'm just gonna send a message to Sloane and just say, yep, on it, and then I would love to knock on Reva's door, but we don't
Absolutely.
stay.
You can. That's okay.
Come in.
Look at my pit sweat from Sam conversation. I'm so nervous for my fake girlfriend.
So good.
Sweating. Enter the office. You're gonna what? Knives?
Frankly, I'm disappointed in you.
Okay.
I would have fully
what?
expected you to have fully equipped her at this point.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you do know she's learned magic in a year, right? Like, she's
Okay.
on her way to be sort of an accomplished wizard, and she's doing all that while running a business. And how many people does it take for you to run your business?
That's great. How lovely. How many people to run the Crowcolt Enterprises versus a lovely, cute bakery?
Okay, I would love to see you run a bakery for a day. That's all I'm saying. I would love to see you try and run that bakery for a day. All on your own.
I bet I could make a year's profits in a single day, dear. Don't test me.
Mm-hmm. Well, couple of things. I'm just gonna hand my phone with Sloane's text up. It's from Sloane for the nightly ritual. No,
I take a moment to sort of inspect it, and I'm just gonna take a pen and paper and just sort of write all those items down.
Okay. Good. Well, I have you here, and, well, you have just... Frankly, I'm a little offended. You never offered to train me how to use a knife. I had to figure that out on my own. Yeah, I'm just saying. You're ashamed.
You know what it is?
I have adequately been trained. What?
I am proud that you showed the initiative to learn on your own. I am disappointed in the fact you didn't get this opportunity with Sam. You grew up a Crowcolt. She did not.
This is true. Which is why she's doing her own... I'm not gonna have this discussion with you right now, actually. I do have something to talk to you about, though. It's important.
What is it?
I am glad that you are taking this initiative to get to know Sam better. Even if it is just to make her more comfortable with a weapon. Because I do intend to propose to Sam in the near future.
Good. I like her.
Good. With that being said, as I look to my own future with Sam, I want to discuss my position in the family a bit. I would like a title, and I would like a job. I would like something that I'm responsible for.
I lean back into my chair. Okay.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
I think Nadette has a moment of damn, I didn't think I would get this far. Shit, okay. And kind of sits down in the chair opposite Riva. No one in this family can do what I do with disguises and illusions and manipulations. Rose is excellent at it, but she is, I believe, suited to the more kinder political relationships that we have. You know, she runs our philanthropy brilliantly. She keeps up our correspondence with those in power who got there by more or less just means. But I think I am ready to perhaps take on more of a face of the family's dirtier side of the business. I am better at manipulating, I am very good at arguing, and I can look and sound like pretty much anyone. On top of that, I am very handy in a fight, despite the fact that I am so incredibly hot I'm going to be very disarming. I've been kept in the shadows for years. Everyone knows I'm not really allowed to be part of the family business, and I think for a while that is something we can use to our advantage.
Which operating arm of Crowcolt Enterprises would you like to put your application towards?
Well, I have a lot of contacts in the antique acquisitions, money laundering kind of side, so that's a role I could very easily move into.
Hold on one second. Let me check the Crowcolt Enterprises organizational chart. I don't see an antiques and money laundering division.
Perhaps that's something you should invest in.
According to the public organizational chart released of the Crowcolt Enterprises, we have 6 key operating divisions: acquisitions and appraisals, transportation logistics, risk management, procurement, asset management, new business, and business operations. In addition to that, we also have a 501c3 section led by Rose, really on the corporate social responsibility side. Now, I don't see one section here listing money laundering under the official business.
Of course not on a public record, because that's
what I'm
illegal.
Hearing from you is that you would like to formally put your application towards being an employee of Crowcolt Enterprises.
Will I get back pay for all the work I've done so far? I would like that in the contract if we are going to be signing.
Okay, but first you must apply to an open position through a recruitment department. And frankly, I would recommend that any new hire to the organization do some basic research, frankly, about our business operations.
Yeah, who's in charge of the recruitment office?
I suggest that you find out.
Alright. Fine. If you insist that I go about this the proper way, I will do so.
As your mother, I would be happy to look over your resume.
Yes, we wouldn't want this family at all to dip a toe in nepotism.
No, that would be a poor look.
Very. Just out of curiosity. No.
Oh?
Out of curiosity, have my siblings signed any contract or gone through an official recruitment process?
You know, quite frankly, yes. Tennant put an application years ago, and I forced him, when we were trying to teach him how to read and write, to actually put together a basic little resume. Believe it or not, we went through this process together and had him officially instated as an employee within Crowcolt Enterprises. Your sister has also gone through this process. In fact, they both showed initiative in volunteering for different roles and serving in certain unpaid positions with the corporation and in various internships over the years to build up their resumes and then become formal employees. Everything here is above board, and I am not, and I repeat, I am not going to show any favoritism in this case.
Alright. Well, you can expect my application in an hour or two. I've had it prepared just in case this conversation went badly and I needed to go elsewhere. So.
I suggest you take more time than an hour to put your application together.
Don't worry. Been together for a while.
Good.
Okay. Kind of stands up and go, what does promotions look like? Because it seems to me my siblings haven't received one in a while. At least not one that they chose to receive.
I'm not at liberty to discuss the employment of other employees within the corporation.
Right, just their application process.
By the way, I believe I had a contract for security services for the bakery sent over to Sam, and I don't believe I've gotten a signed copy. Would you mind checking in with her?
Yes, sure. Do you need me to sign a contract for that as well? Or is that more of a freelance base?
I'll let you decide the best appropriate course of action there.
Alright. We'll turn to the door and be like, okay. Lovely chat, mother, dearest.
I love you too, dear.
To echo something James just wrote in the chat, welcome back, Succession.
That was incredible.
And I think that is where we're going to take a short break. Come back to us in 15 minutes for the second half of this episode. See you in a minute. Bye. Hello and welcome back, everybody. We're gonna set off with We're gonna check in on Ruby. Ruby, what are you up to?
I think Ruby kind of follows out the back of the house in the direction that Tennant went. Not even waiting until she's all the way out of the house to just like light a cigarette. Oh, we went upstairs? Oh, well, I'm smoking inside. Fuck it. Is gonna like try to follow him to wherever he went. So, yeah.
He went upstairs to check on his napping babies. Maybe don't light a cigarette.
Oh, fuck. Well, shit. I think she lights it and then sees... just puts it out. We'll kind of, like, stick her head into the room.
I think you, like, automatically, like... I think it's hilarious that he's telling you to be quiet. Like,
he's telling me to be... There is a bit of, like, a...
But it's an automatic, like, dad response where he's, like, not even looking at you, just holds up a hand of, like, a... and he's kind of, like, checking in this kind of, like, makeshift cot that they set up in Tennant's room whenever they kind of, like, have sleepovers or they're at the estate with Naomi, who is still young enough to have daytime naps, so he's just kind of, like, checking in on her and kind of, like, making sure she's, like, tucked in properly, she's sound asleep, and he kind of, like, looks up.
So you knew that Nadette's gonna get engaged?
Walks out of the room very gently, like, clicks it shut behind him. Yeah, so?
When'd she tell you?
I don't know. A couple days ago?
Don't know. A couple days? I was expecting hours. Well, I'm a little insulted, frankly.
Alright, well, don't get jealous.
Way too late for that.
I can't help with that, I'm a favourite sibling.
Wow. Finally, he says it. Impressive. I think now that they're in the hallway, lights this another cigarette inside again.
Kind of like it narrows his eyes at you but doesn't say anything because he's done it himself.
I think takes a long drag and then hands it, like...
Kind of like looks around, opens up a window at the end of the hallway and kind of like sits on the windowsill.
When did you get lame?
I'm getting lame, I'm just trying to save my skin here. I want a seance to retrieve my own spirit tonight.
Fair enough. So are you in one piece?
What?
Are you like do you have it together right now? Just before we go any further.
God. Yeah, I think so.
Think's not good enough. You're gonna have to do better than that.
Says who? An answer to you.
That says me.
Well, I have it together as much as I do, and there's nothing really I can do about that right now. So
that bad, huh?
It's not that. I think it's just more of the same.
Shouldn't have brought you down there. Sorry.
Well, you wouldn't have got in there without me, so...
Yeah, would've.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, we would've.
It would have taken you 2 days.
Maybe.
Also, I went down there myself. I wasn't going down there because of you.
God, you are so full of shit.
Alright. Why are you checking in on me?
Well, because I have a horrible feeling in my everything that this is going to get a lot worse before it gets better. So I just want to make sure that everyone who is in it is ready for that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not going to lose my shit on you, or I'll try not to.
Right.
Just look after yourself, and then I'll be fine.
Can I insight check this motherfucker? I don't know what's going on back there. I just want to know how much he's sitting on. Fucking 12.
How well does... Hard to tell. And I think that in itself gives you a bit of information of,
Yeah.
There's just a few practiced walls gone up. And they're very practiced because he's kind of acting normal. And I think that's what kind of gives way that, like, he's in, like, operation mode.
Yeah. Okay. What do you think about all this with Mum being married?
Well, I knew that.
To a man?
That
was
weird, but, like,
so weird.
Clearly he was also equally gay, so, like, it doesn't,
Yeah, it kind of cancels out,
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, so I wish I was better at, like, it's a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a lot. I feel bad because she's kind of the one that, like, you skin your knee and you go to her, right?
Yeah, she's our mum.
Right, but, like, how
Good
do you
job.
like, I'm sorry doesn't really cut it, does it?
No, not really. What are we doing?
Keeping it together in the most dysfunctional fucking way we know how.
Do you ever just feel like we're chasing our tails?
Lately, no. I think for a while there, out on that boat, yeah, that all felt like it led to one big fuck all. But I think, I don't know. That bird, the Henry, fuck, I don't know. Do I call him Henry? I don't know. He said that there were, like, people, like, looking out for us, and it was like, oh, because we've never really had that before.
Yeah. I wonder if she's been here the whole time and we just couldn't hear her.
I'm really fucking scared about tonight.
Why?
Because I don't know what that would be like if we hear her, if I see her, what she'll say.
I don't think it can be that bad. All she's done this whole time is try to warn us.
Yeah, it's just weird, you know.
I know.
Do you remember her?
I think Ruby gets this, like, look on her face that's, like, almost, like, guilty. She doesn't look guilty very often in her life because she doesn't think she needs to. It's less that I remember her and more just a feeling. Feeling safe.
But, that day when a voice came through on the radio, no, I didn't realize he was talking. We were so small. If anybody's supposed to remember anything like that. Especially with what followed.
Yeah.
Do you?
Nah. He crushes the cigarette in his palm and he kind of like chucks it out the window. I'll see you later then.
Right. See ya.
And ruffles your
jumps
hair
out the window.
Oh, Jesus. Lieutenant will walk back downstairs. Rose, where are you in this moment?
So I think that Rose, leaves the room with Rodella, and I'm sure goes their separate ways, and, having left the room and, just give me a second, walks back into the empty kitchen and stands there for a second and goes, what the fuck? What the fuck? I'm just gonna start meandering through the house in search of specifically Tennant, but kind of also anyone who can be like, and this is what we decided to do about it. And I think the whole way she's not seriously, but in a very playfully disgruntled way, muttering, first I don't get a knife, and now good old Rose, nobody cares about old Rose anymore, just walking around, everyone leaves the room when I'm gone. And just meandering, poking a head into doors and...
You turn a corner of a hallway, and then suddenly there's a hand over your palm and someone yoinks you behind a wall. And then you just hear a low chuckle in your ear as the hand relaxes and he kind of wraps you up from behind.
I think she reaches around and swats them and goes, ow, damn it. Whoa, get the shit out of me. Have you been smoking?
Nope.
Okay. That's not a lie at all. Hi, where the fuck did everyone go? Give some a pep talk and the family vanished.
Yeah, it's usually how it goes.
Yeah, no, that's fair. You okay?
Yeah. Naomi's asleep.
Please tell me you didn't smoke in the room with Naomi.
Yes, me and Naomi shared a cigarette, yeah.
Oh, great, we start them young. I heard that's really good for
right.
them.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And I think Rose kind of straightens a little bit and folds her hands in front of her in a way that I think Tennant would know only means trouble is coming. And just so, I'm very gracious and polite, and I would never ever say I told you so, because that would be rude. However, in this case I do, I think that perhaps if you wanted to acknowledge the fact that I was right, that would be very gracious and loving of you, as my dear husband.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
So I actually can't confirm that you were right about anything if I just have no idea what you're talking about.
Right, because, I just remember a few months ago I said, I didn't know your mum was a noble. And I remember you said, no, the fuck, she's not Rosie, in that exact tone of voice. And I said, what are you talking about? And there was a whole argument about it. And I remember you said to me, I'd bet anything she wasn't. And so, I think you married a fae. And I just, I'm keeping you to your word. And so I won the bet.
Oh, did I enter a fake contract in that moment,
You did. And, it's really a rookie mistake at this point. We've been married for 11 years.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of those going around. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to turn you into a parrot. Don't worry.
Heaven forbid.
No, I'm actually... That's fae, but that's beside the point.
You were right. As always.
Thank you. That's not what I want for the bet, but thank you. Very kind of you to say.
What do you want for the bet?
Well, I've been thinking maybe it would be nice to have a little stained glass wind chime for the garden. Just, if you'd around to it and you're sitting in your workshop thinking about how much you love your wife. And
yeah.
Happy.
No, I got loads of free time. Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
Not right now.
Okay.
Plus, Naomi really likes it the way that the glass,
Yeah, I will need Ellen to help me like weld big giant pieces of metal together though.
Right.
Because
Yes. Well, I mean,
she's
that
really
sounds
good at
well and
it.
good. So just
Yeah.
hand it over. Yeah. Honestly, she can just make it probably, I think.
Probably.
Oh, speaking of which, not part of the bet, we may at some point have to buy her a pony because I feel very bad. And I've actually made to feel very guilty and embarrassed. I've just sort of been humiliated all day.
Princess,
So
we don't
that's a
just
whole
fix
other thing.
things with ponies. If she feels
No, we were
bad,
specifically
get her an
talking
ice
about
cream or
horses and
something.
ponies, actually.
Okay. Again,
I shouldn't ask for one, but like, I've just been a very.
she didn't ask for one, but we should just give her a pony.
Well, she's scared of the big ones, and I'd like not right now, but I'm
scared of the little ones. I think they're menacing as fuck. I would
sounds
far
like
rather
you
her
probably
weld
are.
pieces of metal together than be anywhere near a tiny bitey thing with hooves.
I don't think it has to be one or the other. Are you afraid of horses? Is this
No?
okay?
No.
We're gonna unpack that later. No, we were just, we were talking, and she was. I got the feeling that she's feeling a little overlooked because of how much time we spend with Aspen, and not in a huge way. Not in a huge way, but just like, and so I was saying that maybe when all this is blown over, she and I could go ride a horse, and then she said she'd be scared of the big ones, and
right, because the horses are scary.
all the things that you and I have faced, and you're scared of horses?
Got very evil eyes.
Looks into Janet's eyes, which are boiling balls of flame, and actively chooses not to comment on it. Right. Okay. Yep. All right. If it's something that she enjoys, I think it's something that, if she ends up enjoying it, it might be a nice thing to invest in for them. That's it. Not right now. Something to think about.
Okay.
So, Miss, can I be a bitch for a minute? Can I steal a moment of your time?
Mhm.
Miss I was so fucking embarrassed by that conversation with Miss Rosalie. It was fine. She was perfectly nice. She was like, I noticed that like you and Tennant haven't been around, and like the girls were talking about it in class, and I had a friend Naomi.
Sticking a nose in where it's not wanted.
Don't say it like that. No,
I was concerned for our children who she's responsible for. Crazy. She is a bit of a nosy bitch, yeah.
I was like, I just was popping by to ask a history question suddenly. It's, how are things at home? There's a ghost. I don't know what you want me to tell you, Miss Rosalie. I can't begin to explain to you the amount of things that are happening.
I'll just snog you outside the school gates a bit more and then we'll be alright.
Oh, that'll do it. That'll definitely reaffirm our ability to parent well.
I think so.
Is that the qualification?
Yeah.
Okay.
My parents snog literally 24/7 and look how I turned out.
I do know that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Kind of just like smooths like this like shoulder sleeve a little bit and just look how you did. Perfect.
Speaking of, I'm gonna go check on my mum. Kind of, maybe I'm gonna try.
Yeah.
So
they went kind of point whatever direction they went that way.
Okay.
Also, if she tells you that I called the family a bunch of sadistic motherfuckers, I was not talking about you, and I didn't know she was there. Also, the family is a bunch of sadistic motherfuckers.
No, I mean, why am I not a sadistic motherfucker?
Do you want to be?
I thought I just feel left
in
out.
sort of a like loving derogatory way.
I'm the one who like actively kills people most of the time, so I would have thought that I'm the most qualified.
Okay.
Ruby might have that on me, actually. I don't know.
I was speaking more in the like frame of the way that the family treats people that are new to it.
I'm very nice to new people. I offered to kill Sam's husband.
And then you blew up the ship.
Maybe
I should have included you.
Yeah. Actually, that was Mum. I was just a witness.
Right, and that will hold up in the legal system. Definitely.
Which we don't have on this planet. Hey!
The gods.
Right, yeah.
Alright, yeah, just
I
go.
love you.
I love you. I don't know what I'm gonna go do. I'm gonna walk around and probably find someone else to be humiliated by.
Excellent. Big fat kiss on the cheek.
Yeah.
And just as he kind of like walks off and you kind of watch him leave, your holotransmitter starts buzzing in your pocket.
I take a little peek.
It's not a number you recognize.
I think like Rose's first instinct, which is a very me self-insert moment, is fear. And then just,
Valid, yeah.
I'll answer, and I think just like hesitate half a second before I say anything, and just Roisin Crowcolt.
Hello, hi, how, Roisin Crowcolt, hi, how are you?
On instinct, looks after Tennant as if there's just a moment where she's gonna help me, because she doesn't know what the energy is, and they're so overwhelmed. Just hello, sorry.
Hi, yes, sorry, so sorry. I should introduce myself. It's Professor Jeffrey Bishoptree, calling from the Academy of Wicked Arts. You put in a case yesterday, and now I was giving you your contact details to contact you, which is what I'm doing now. How are you?
Of course. Hi, Professor Bishoptree, you said?
Yes, exactly, yes. Bishop like the bishop and tree like the tree.
Yeah. This is so much like Carl, it's giving me more flashbacks. Yeah, hi, yes, I'm well, thank you for calling me. I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting your call, but I'm very happy to receive it. I'm well, how are you?
Yes, excellent. I've had a very interesting 24 hours on a case that you assigned us. Looking into the name Midas. Very interesting things.
Yes?
Would you mind giving me a little bit more of a context to this? I didn't get very much from my higher ups.
Yeah, it's become a recent interest for the Crowcolt family and business. We learned that perhaps there was some this figure, Midas, or the company Midas, may have had some sort of dealings with...
Yes, enterprises! Yes, I have, I'm sending you over some documents now, but yes, we did in fact find some old very, very old, pre-shattering, actually.
Yes.
Which is my expertise. Sorry, I should have introduced you. I'm head of the department of the pre-shattering historical department.
Oh, perfect.
Exactly. So, Midas Enterprises, founded by a man called Lennox Moore, had several different operations across the galaxy pre-shattering, and your home planet, Drithium, was actually their last known operation, according to our records, which may or may not be, just an absentee of further records, or, in fact, where the line ended.
Right. I think Rose is going now through whatever room they've ended up with, balancing the holotransmitter, and it's just tearing through everything, looking for something to write, pen and paper, and finds probably something that is not appropriate to be writing on, and grabs a pen and just starts writing a bunch of notes down. Right. Do you know, by any chance, what the Midas Enterprise business was? Did it have something to do with mining gold?
Yes, exactly. That was what their business they dealt in. They went around different various factions of the galaxy pre-shattering. Again, quite hard to track where exactly they were, seeing as the topographic of the galaxy was so different pre-shattering. Right. I can send you some more details on that if you like. We have, sure, various things. Obviously top secret and confidential, but I have no doubt that you will respect the confidentiality of the information that I'm sharing with you, given as you're such generous benefactors to our wonderful institution. Anyway, yes, so...
Sorry, just a quick question. Confidential to whom? From everyone? From who am I keeping the information from? Just so I can sort of...
Well, just, in case you, decided to distribute it through your networks or use it for your personal game, which I would never anticipate. But, this is just, historical records that we kind of keep, just as they are, archival things that need to be kept behind certain walls of privacy.
I see. Perfect, thank you. Sorry, please continue.
And actually, second of all, and most interesting, I think you'll find, I'm also faxing you through a singular painting I have. In my research of the name Midas, I actually found someone, I think, from, again, not quite pre-shattering, but very close. Actually, at the time of the shattering, we found one of the original Pirate Kings, which, again, may actually interest you, given as your, history in piracy. One of the first Pirate Kings was actually a lady, I believe, called Captain Midas. I believe her first name was Valkyrie. I'm faxing you forward a picture of her. And indeed, she was actually ended up marrying someone with your last name, in fact. It was called Killian Crowcolt. And that is, I'm not sure if that is something you are aware of, but I'm sending you through all of those pictures now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, it's very possible that my family might be aware, but I'm not. So that's very interesting. And apologies if you said this. Is Valkyrie Midas, do we know the relation to Mr. Moore and Midas Enterprises? Is that like
it could be a correlation, it may not be at all. Midas, comes up a couple of times. It's, fairly, it's definitely, Midas is not a name of Lennox Moore, it's just simply the name of the Enterprise. So that's just, it just came up in the archives in the search, I will say. I will keep digging, not quite finished digging through everything, but that is the initial things that I found, as that was the documentation I had most available to me.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Have you, in the sort of like documents detailing the mining operations, have you come across any information that might say the gold had magical properties, either naturally or like imbued into the land? Any business there?
No, I have not, but that is an interesting line of inquiry, which I will have a look. I don't know if I'm not a researcher of the arcane, but I can maybe link up with a couple of other departments and have a look for you.
Thank you. I have a few more questions, if you don't mind.
Yes, of
very
course.
busy. I
No,
appreciate
pleasure.
you taking this time. Oh god, I just lost all of them. Yeah, so one of them, I guess this is not quite related, but since your experience with pre-shattering business, by any chance, have you ever come across in your studies any notation of pre-shattering, like enchanted items potentially to bear souls or some kind of consciousness?
Like divine punishments we're talking about, yes.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yes. Was that common in that age? Is that common now?
Legend has it, pre-shattering, we do have several records of, our pantheon of gods were once people who walked the earth and interacted with us as people at the time. Castellans, and in that kind of era, we did have stories, several legends, several myths of people being punished by the gods in various ways. Oftentimes that would retribute transformation of some kind, sometimes entrapments into objects or transformations into other beings, and they would go through a sort of retribution life cycle where they would redeem themselves and then be returned to their original forms.
I see. So if, just sort of theoretically, I suppose, if one of these artifacts was recovered once the atonement had been completed, the item might still exist, but the consciousness inside it would not?
Yes, quite possibly, yes.
Interesting. All right, thank you. And then one more question, which you might not know the answer to, but just to sort of keep an eye out for your studies. Recently, we've sort of dredged up some possibilities that maybe there was once a castle of gold on Dorithium, which seems like it might have been related. It's not entirely certain how much of it is legend, how much of it is truth, but just... if you happen to come across anything, would you send it my way?
Well, what is legend and what is truth is the age-old crux of my job, Mrs. Crowcolt, but I will certainly look into it for you, of course.
Great, thank you. And I'm so sorry, where you said you were faxing it. I don't believe we own a fax machine. Where are you sending the documents and the
phone
are you sending the actual portrait? Okay.
Sorry, that's a sign of my age. I am very old.
No, it's alright. I was wondering if I needed to run to the mail jug or just sort of where that was.
The Academy of Wicked Arts has actually set me up a couple of buttons that I just pressed, and I call it faxing, but I do believe it might be closer to something that you would call, what do you call kids calling nowadays? Texting? Yes.
Yes, right.
Yes.
Completely understandable, of course. Thank you so much for taking all this time to give me that information. I really appreciate it.
Of course, it was a pleasure. Really, really interesting line of research that you're giving me this last 24 hours, Miss Crowcolt. Happy to help. Anytime. You have my personal number now. Please don't hesitate to contact me if you need me.
I won't. Thank you. And if there's anything we can do to assist you, please let me know.
Of course.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Of course. You take care now. Bye-bye.
You as well. Oh, okay. Bye. I think Rose hangs up the hall transmitter and stands for like 2 minutes in place, staring into the distance, just being like, that was a lot of energy. And I've had a long day. And then we'll open up the holo transmitter and start going through the documents. I think looking for the portraits first.
Sure. It's just a singular portrait that you get. It's not in a frame. It's like an unrolled, like a canvas painting. Mm-hmm. And it is of someone that almost immediately bears a striking resemblance to your mother-in-law. Mm-hmm. She has this kind of like golden toned skin, this like pitch black hair. And the expression is undoubtedly like Reva in its make. But her eyes are these like piercing amber yellow with these like cat-like slit like pupils in the center of them. And she is wearing a brown leather coat that you have seen Riva wear something very similar almost every day of her life.
Mm-hmm. I think Rose blinks at it for a moment and just, has anyone in this family ever looked different? And I just also recalling how much Elwyn looked like Dana this morning, and she's like, God, my jeans did not stand a chance. And I'm gonna, I think, walk in the direction of Riva's office as I'm continuing to leaf through everything that he sent me.
We'll jump back a few minutes and move over to Riva, who is also in the middle of receiving a couple of different phone calls. So Riva, you get a number of different phone calls from people you reached out to yesterday, also pertaining to different lines of inquiry. You have someone reach out to you from the Bellmakers of Leda, someone called Euphony Winsong, who is the founder of the company. So she's called you personally, and she's letting you know that some of the documentation that you shared with her that you found in the printing press, first of all, she's been able to identify the cipher used on the list of names, the long list of names that you found. And she tells you that the cipher of I think it was a triangle and a circle is often found on documentations as pertaining to great large-scale disasters or large-scale accidents or anywhere where there's a large death toll. And the triangle, I believe, means found dead, and the circle means missing.
Got it. So it's a triage list. So sort of okay. Thank you, Miss Winslow.
She also, kind of does her due diligence and confirms for you the authenticity of the original documentations that you show, so original deeds to the house, and is able to give you a little bit more information on the time period. You know that these documents were pre-shattering. She's able to give you a little bit of a more accurate time period of at least around about 100 years pre-shattering, based on the dating cipher used.
Okay, 100 years pre-shattering, we have essentially a dead and missing list. Presumably, hypothetically, from the event that caused the... Okay.
You are also contacted by Shep the Talon from the Birdhouse, who is the current leader of this organization as well. These are people who deal with selling and trading high-powered magic items and particularly weapons with you. So you've sent them some documentation and some images of particularly the gun that you found, and is able to corroborate kind of what Lark was able to share with Rose, which is that the runes engraved on the gun are Castellan. Hasn't quite been able to translate those for you yet, but Lark has already done that. And is also, again, able to identify that this is very likely a divine-made weapon and also a pre-shattering era item. And then, last of all, you have Flint from the Keepers, who is the kind of ambassador. You've ran into them. Well, Rose and Ruby, in particular, ran into Flint. This is an ex-partner of Tenants. So a little bit of a funny conversation, but is able to give you a little bit more information on the cursed items that you found in the kind of pits and the ruins of the mines. And she tells you that in her experience, many of these items are sourced or located, one, kind of in areas close to and near the sea, but in particular in the lairs of sea hags.
Thank you.
And that is the information that you get.
Got it. And I think upon collecting this information, I'm taking the time to write all this down, make catalogs, but also then to do a little bit of all right, let me draft up an invoice for and a receipt for services rendered to all these organizations, and is running it through sort of the enterprise sort of procurement section, just to sort of make sure that there is a contract for these services provided, and that all the organizations are compensated appropriately with a little bonus for expedited service. And I think
whilst you're in the middle of this,
yeah, exactly, is when Rose comes in.
Yeah, I think for the very first time in the entire 11 years that Rose has been here, Rose does not knock. I think she's so, like, wrapped up in staring at her holotransmitter that they just, like, fully open the door and, like, stand in your office for a minute. Just, where did you get your coat?
Honestly, I've had it for years. Why do you ask?
I'm having the strangest, sorry. Close the door behind it and come over and sit. I just got a very loud call from a member of the Academy of Wicked Arts who sent over a number of things, and I will hold up the portrait of Valkyrie and just, apparently this is one of the first pirate kings and she looks just like you, and I swear that's your coat, or at least similar. Probably not the same coat, it's been 760 some years, but long time for a coat.
I'll be damned. Let me take a look. Do you mind taking a quick look at these invoices to make sure I have them correct before I send these out?
Oh, yes, of course. Also, I'm wondering, just before I look at it, I'm wondering if she might be near the beginning of the Crowcolt line as we know it, because apparently she married someone named Killian Crowcolt. Which I just think is interesting, genealogically. She was Pirate King. It's neat.
Oh, this is neat. How did you find this, Rose?
Oh, I sent a letter to the Academy of Wicked Arts the other day asking for information on, like, pre-shattering things and the name Midas and all that, and a very loud man gave me a lot of information about a lot of information, but is going to continue looking into some information. Apparently Lennox Moore owned and operated Midas Enterprises, and Dorithium is his last known location. Their business was mining gold, which I think we already knew. He's going to look into researching if the gold was mined for its magical properties, or if it had magical properties at the time, or what the situation is there. I took a nugget when we were down there. I might send it to them for...
Oh, can I take a quick look?
Oh, yeah. Starts, like, fishing around in her pockets and pulls out a teeny tiny little nugget. Here you go.
Oh my gosh.
Plucked it. Yeah, he sent me a lot. I haven't had a chance to look through everything that he sent me just yet, but yeah, also the gun that we found, apparently, so I guess this people that in legend the gods put in there, once the people, like, reach atonement for whatever they did, they are, like, taken out of it. So it's possible that whoever was in there, whatever was in there, just decided to play nice, and now the gun is just left over.
Got it. Chef from the Birdhouse did confirm as well that it was definitely divine in origin and pre-shattering, so that aligns with what we found out.
That's a win, I think. Surprisingly easy.
She looks just like me.
She looks just like you. The eyes are different. Hers is almost like cat-like, which is interesting, but just like you. Did you know that you had an ancestor who was the first pirate king? One of them?
My father wasn't much for talking about the family line and kept abysmal records. Frankly, it's why I'm the way I am today.
Makes a point not to comment on that, and just, honestly, next time Lark is over, make sure you don't mention that, or you'll get an earful about the shattering. So, interest in it. Very, very neat, though. Very cool.
If you'd like, we could organize some type of family reunion.
With processing, like, with my family? Or with... Probably not with...
With yours. I know you've made many sacrifices. And dealt with all of us for so long. If
Thank
it
you.
is ever something that you would like, happy to help arrange it.
I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Thank you. I mean, I see Lark when I can. I don't know that your son would be particularly happy about that offer, but I appreciate it. I will think on it. I put up with the family a little, but I do it because I love you, or not. Speaking of which, how was the conversation with Sam?
Oh, she's a delight.
It went well then.
Of course.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
She's almost as nervous as you were.
Yeah.
Almost.
I gave her a pep talk, hoping that took the edge off a bit. But I didn't have anyone to give me a pep talk, so all things considered.
I genuinely don't understand why some people find me so intimidating. I'm incredibly approachable.
Mm-hmm. I feel like I shouldn't answer that for my own safety. You're getting better. God, as well.
I am keenly aware of the reputation that precedes me, Rose.
You just have a very intense, resting expression.
And I think I crack a wry smile at that.
Riva, knowing that you have such a high passive perception, I do want to draw your attention to, as you kind of having this conversation, your eyes keep being drawn back, this painting and the similarities in your own face and this, strange woman's face, but also the similarities in the coat that you know, quite literally inside and out, and the coat that is depicted in this painting. You know every scuff, every mark, every, cracked bit of leather in this coat, like the back of your hand. And there is a particular, a very old, what you consider like an old dagger wound, right? Left over in the leather on the shoulder. And you see it reflected back at you in this painting.
Can I grab this coat from, the coat rack, I'm assuming that's in the house?
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to take a moment. It's like, Rose, just give me one moment. Let me grab this coat so we can compare.
I'll look over the invoices while you're gone.
I want to bring this coat over and literally set it down on my desk, standing next to Rose, setting this sort of picture of this painting right next to it, and just side by side, almost like a kid's activity of sort of identifying are there any differences.
I think you can almost immediately, see the same difference, the similarity in, there's a couple of scuffs in the painting that are replicated on the coat that you have, and then there are many, many, many more that you yourself know the origin of over the years, and probably the people who possibly wore this coat before you. You got this coat from your mother, so you don't know who had it before her. Whether she was gifted it by Wayland, whether she came with it of her own accord. But it's you knew that it's been in the family, probably at the very least since your mother. But yeah, it definitely strikes you as strange.
Oh my god.
What?
How old? You said this is from the very first. This is. Can I do a quick history check? How many years has it been since? How many years has it been since the
700
yeah,
at least.
700.
Over 700. So again, very strange. No leather object should have survived that long.
No. And I'll be honest with you, I have not taken care of this thing that well over the years. I've tried my best.
The coat kind of takes care of itself.
Right.
Is everything alright?
I'm genuinely baffled.
Oh, I was joking when I said it. Do you think it's literally the same coat?
I think it is literally the same coat. Look at the scuff mark here, and look at the way the stitching is repaired.
You don't think it's a replica? Or...
Well, who would create a replica?
I don't know. First Pirate King, I imagine there's some legend there. Would not be... But, wow, that's good leather if it's lasted... Is it enchanted in any way? Is it magic?
Not that I'm aware of. My mother gave this as a gift to me when I turned 13.
Can I do a little detect magic on the coat? Anything come up?
Very faintly, the similar kind of innate magic that you got from the gold. is kind of pinging off of this coat. And it's only because you spent so much time around this gold previously that you've tuned into it enough by now, because it's never really pinged at you before. It's very subtle, but you do get something.
I think Rose reaches out and like very gently like runs her fingertips like along maybe like the shoulder seam and just this going to sound odd, and I understand it doesn't make a ton of sense, but it feels like this coat is almost as like magical in the same way that the gold is. And obviously like the coat's not made of gold, but it has that same like bit of innate, strangely unidentifiable magic. Has do you know, kind of like you said there was like a mended gash somewhere on it? I'll like kind of run my fingers over and go, did this happen when you, because I don't think Rose looked close enough to the portrait to notice it. Did this happen when you had it? Has it been damaged at all since you found it?
I think I'm trying to like think this through for a moment. Like, in all of the years that I've worn this coat, I've probably been stabbed hundreds of thousands of times at this point. So at this point, I'm like, how many times have I been stabbed, and how many times has it been through this coat actually, or has it been through a gap? And I am trying to figure out, like, would Riva have known? Is this something from her own experience, or has this always just been there?
I think you, in your experience, and I think it's something that you've not quite maybe clicked onto yet, but as you're having this conversation, there's a reason you wear this coat every single day that goes beyond just your aesthetic and your dedication to, you know, and sentiment. It's always kind of felt like a lucky talisman to you, because yes, you've been stabbed hundreds of times in your life, but more often than not, this coat does provide a certain level of protection to you. And very, you know, you're very, very quick with your movements, and really the only kind of stab wounds that you've received whilst in this coat is when someone has been able to like get you through the opening of this coat, right?
Yeah.
And you can remember only your very worst injuries, maybe like 3-4 maximum, like the very worst injuries that you've received yourself in your line of work have managed to make its way through this coat and actually leave a mark on this coat. Either of you, if you would like, make an investigation check as you kind of have this conversation and are looking at this coat more closely.
I think I would love to do this investigation check, and I think there's a moment too where Riva is like lifting a section of her, like her own shirt and matching up against like an old like stab wound through her like kidneys or something like that, and matching that up against like a line of a coat. Oh no!
You just stood on the cat.
I'm sorry.
Oh. So upset.
Oh goodness.
Oh.
I got a 17 on that.
Okay.
And I got a 25. Or no, 25. Yes, 13 plus 12.
So Rose, you're kind of like running your fingers along this like gash in this like kind of like very finely stitched back together. It's been very neatly done. You probably paid someone of very high talent to do it. And Riva, you catch this first. There is just the smallest glint as Rose runs her fingers along this stitching, and it moves something in the fabric, and you just catch the faintest glint of something reflective.
Rose, take a look at this.
Hmm?
And I want to hold that glint like in the light and sort of like do this.
Just violently shaking her coat.
The innermost stitching of the lining of this coat is done in the finest, slightly golden, slightly metallic thread.
Oh. I hate to even ask this. Do you... Can I have mending. I can fix it if it somehow doesn't work. Can I borrow a knife and pop a stitch?
No, of course.
Looking at you like she's genuinely concerned she might face violence for asking this.
And I think I'm slightly confused why you are concerned. I'm like,
Sure.
no, of course. I just literally take my own belt knife and hand it to you.
I will, while you're holding it, take the knife and just like very carefully, almost like with a seam ripper, using this like the tip of this knife, try to sever like one thread in the lining. See if
it resists you for a moment. You can feel the resistance. Like no thread should resist like a knife as sharp as this, but it does. And finally it pops and you watch the thread kind of split and then join back together.
Yeah? That is odd. And I wish I had more magically helpful terminology, but it's odd.
Odd is a perfectly fair word for this moment.
Thank you. Huh. So, is that, aside from the coins, this is the first thing we've ever found that the gold was used for, right? Except maybe a castle, but nobody believes me.
No, I think you're onto something there.
Looks like genuinely appreciative. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
So this is the first evidence that we have that something could be spun out of this material that was mined here, right? I don't know how this is connected with... When did you say... And this is me also asking for a little bit of clarification of timelines here, which is Lennox Moore and Midas Enterprises contemporary to the first, like, sort of original Pirate King, like Valkyrie Midas and Killian Crowcolt, or do they happen before?
So based on the documentation that you have, Midas Enterprises and that documentation of the blueprints of your house, things like that, about 100 years, or a little bit over 100 years pre-shattering.
100 years pre-shattering, okay.
Yes, the things that Rose has been sent, based on your knowledge of Pirate Kings, which is they were incepted at the shattering, at the moment of the shattering, when that divine shard hit Vortis. A number of pirate captains came together to form the first Pirate King Council, and that tradition has carried over and over and over since. And the very first Pirate Kings are people recorded in history, and this person, this captain, Valkyrie Midas, is one of them. So this is a little over 100 years later.
So then what we know is that Midas Enterprises and Lennox Moore underwent this enterprise to mine out Erythium. Then we have the timing of the shattering, and then we have this period where we find this portrait of Valkyrie Midas and Killian Crowcolt 100 years later. But more importantly, we have this code here, which shows that in that intervening time, they've found a way to utilize this gold that has been mined. We also are assuming that this gold that was mined was used to create some form of castle, right? So they found a way to forge it and work it.
And coins.
And coins.
Feels odd to me, but that's such an odd three things. A castle, coins, and thread? I mean, there has to be more, right? It feels like an odd three things for a company to create with... I mean, you'd think finding sort of magic gold like this, my first thought would be like armor, right? I mean, I know my Ambrose would have jumped on that. I know there are plenty of powerful people in the galaxy who would love a chance to armor their forces in unbreakable armor. There has to be a trace of this somewhere.
There has to have been other items made. You're right.
Right. Especially, I mean, the houses on Crow Lane, obviously, the family has had a hand in fixing them up, but it's my understanding from Tenet that a lot of them were like this, were fine like this, when you all arrived here. So obviously there was wealth in the whoever lived here, presumably the Moore family. How was that wealth obtained?
Rose, would you make an Arcana check for me?
I'd love to do that.
Is there any way I can help with this? Just by being close by. I'm trying to figure this out. Like, no, I don't think so.
If you can
Words
give me
of
a
affirmation.
Yeah.
Words of affirmation.
Oh, that's so bad. I'm gonna use my 1 point of GM inspiration on that because this feels important. 10 at D20, don't fuck me up.
And because this is such a great working meeting, can I give help?
Sure.
Yes.
So far, I've rolled a 2 and a 4. Let's see if we can hit 6 or above.
Let's go.
Okay, it's a little better. It's not huge, but I'll take it. It's 14 total.
Okay.
Thank you for the
Okay, this is good. Right? This is
We've
good.
been lower.
Bree actively lowering the DC with that word of affirmation.
Yeah.
This is
If
good,
anyone
right?
could lower a DC, it would be Reba. Break through the fourth wall. Just
Yeah. You know what?
lower.
So, I think as you're talking about mining and manufacturing and the origins, and you're kind of running through your head like how would you even go about making a coat like this with gold like that? And you've still kind of got this like detect magic pinging up. And you remember down in the mines yesterday, you did a detect magic and you did an arcana check to try and figure out like was this gold like, did it come, like, was it originated in the earth? Did it kind of like form naturally in the earth, or like where did it come from? And the kind of interpretation from your instincts and from the magic you had up was that it was kind of summoned. And you get the similar sort of ping that you get from the gold now in this coat, as you kind of like can see the gold in front of you and you're honing into it more directly. This coat wasn't like stitched together necessarily or manufactured per se physically. It was very much more an arcane summoning, something like that.
Okay. I think that Rose, like, is staring at this thread, and, like, you watch an idea kind of take shape in her brain, and she just, okay, hear me out. This doesn't fully make sense, and I acknowledge that. It's a working theory. So, nobody's ever heard of a fucking castle. To the point where I've told, I think, 5 people, and you're the only person who hasn't laughed at me, so thank you for that. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
My ego's taking a real hit from it. But, anyway, so my initial thought here is, let's say the castle is literal. It had to go somewhere. My initial thought was, plane of magic is a thing. I'm from the Feywild, which is essentially another plane. There are many planes of existence, and if I wanted to hide something big like a castle, and I was innumerably powerful, I would potentially just put it somewhere instead of demolishing it. And this gold and the thread, kind of similarly, it feels more magical than it feels like physically mined and crafted. I don't know how on earth it got into our soil, but like, what if wherever the castle was sent, some of these things were taken, or vice versa? Maybe the castle was, I don't know if did that make any sense?
I think that does. And I think, can I just try to think through? I'm trying to figure out, this is like ringing a line in the second letter that we found with Birdie's sarcophagus. And this is where I think I would love to pull that letter out and sort of just do a sort of like a line by line check and to see if there's potentially any clue here. Because if I remember correctly, I'm like, people of this planet hold no love for me. I know this. I've noisied their peace and uprooted their lands. And I feel like, I don't know if there's a cursing. And I think I want to like pull the letter out and sort of see if there's any potential reference in this letter that could be tied to this theory. I think of I don't know, like, what would you call this? The planner summoning extraction?
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah, I'm not certain if things were taken from the plane or things that were here were put there, but yeah.
So, roll me just a flat intelligence check with your well, you already have your proficiency, right? Added to that, or you should.
Let me roll my dice, and I have a... Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'll give you a point of inspiration, so that's a D10.
Yeah, I'll use my, because in a rare moment of items today, I did have to use my GM inspiration. So 2 dice to roll this. And this is from recapping pre-session, which is something I very rarely do. Oh, that's not great. I rolled a 3 and a 4 on my 2 dice.
What is happening to us?
I don't know. That's not a good vibe. I don't like this vibe. And I only have a +2 to intelligence. I'm not adding anything else, am I?
Add your proficiency, and then
Proficiency.
you can add your bardic from Rose.
Okay. So that should be. And what's your bardic?
A D10, and if you fail, you keep it.
Okay. Let me find a D10 that has good vibes. This one has
Hell yeah.
good vibes. So let me add that. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's rancid vibes. That's a 1 on my D10.
Oh.
So the mystery continues as I roll a 12.
With a 12, what I will give you is you read this letter, and you don't really see or read anything that kind of like makes you think of like planar summoning or something like that. But what kind of stands out to you is the last paragraph of this letter from Lennox Moore to his daughter, who says, "But know this, I will not leave you. The gold will eventually run dry as it has always done, but I will find a way to remain here by your side." Which, you know, you think about mining for gold, you think about what Rose said about Midas Enterprises had a number of different operations and went from planet to planet. So you kind of start piecing together, okay, went from planet to planet, location to location, mining gold until it went dry. The gold on this planet clearly has not run dry. There's plenty of gold in the earth of this planet.
I look over to Rose, and I'm just sort of like, I'm so glad you're here too to like puzzle this over with.
Oh.
And the gold that Nadette looked at and you looked at with Nadette in the sarcophagus was regular gold. You have not found any regular gold in the earth of this planet.
This might be a long shot, but in the magical item storage where the crown was stolen from last year, do you know, do we have any other artifacts from family's history in pirating? Might not be a bad idea to peek, see if we can find anything else that's same gold. Long shot, but
It might be worth a look. Honestly, I haven't paid attention to a lot of those old
fair.
artifacts in a long time.
Yeah, fair enough.
But as we dust off the past, might as well dust off some of our own.
Seems like it's, whether we want it to or not, pretty intent on coming up. So, might as well be us chasing it, not the other way around for once, I suppose. But that's easy
I
to
suppose.
say because it's not my past. It's chasing us.
Well, technically,
knock
it's
on
now
wood,
part of
please.
your past. Now.
True. Yeah. My past by marriage.
Yeah, I mean, you married into this family. That was your
My past
decision.
in-law.
Ha! Oh, God.
And as we leave these two kind of ruminating over the past and its tendency to catch up to us, I just want to quickly check in on Nadette. What are you up to?
A couple of things. We don't have to do all of them, but I have a to-do list.
Okay,
So,
give it to me.
First thing I'm going to do is I have two constituents of the antique business that I'm going to send a letter to, just asking about, I almost said Thomas More. Not that guy. Lennox Moore. Different guy. And the gold we found. And then I also would love to go to the office that's held off the Crowcolt estate, like Riva's office. And I would love to go in there. And if possible, I will, if needed, I'll just disguise myself as Riva to go in And I'm looking for official letterhead and any, like, official seal that Reva gets, and the names of every single person who's, like, a head of a department in the family. After that, if I get all those things, the other thing on my list is I do want to get to Sloane's a little bit early, and I need to check in with Sam. So that's my laundry list.
Okay.
I guess
roll me just like a flat luck check with. Actually, let's think about it. What skill are we using to break and enter into your mother's offices to steal things from her?
Right.
Make like a sleight of hand check for me.
Sleight of hand? That's perfect. I have a plus 12.
Excellent.
That's a 15 on the die, so that's a 27.
Cool. You don't even need to disguise yourself as Reva. You've memorized the codes to this building. You quite easily make your way up to your mother's main office. You pick the lock. You go through her files. You steal some letterheads and you steal some documentation with stuff that you need. Yeah. And then on your way back, you can check in with Sloane if you want.
Perfect. I'm just gonna, like, leaving the office with, like, a backpack full of my mom's stuff that I stole. I'm just gonna send Sam a text that's just like, hey, I know we talked, but, like, if you end up feeling weird about knife fighting my mother, like, I'll talk to her for you. Like, please don't feel like you're compelled. I feel like I should let you know that you don't have to do that, actually. And send that off to Sam, and then I'll send Sloane a text that's like, I'm on my way, send, but you already knew that, send, or did you, ? Send, and then head over to Sloane's.
You get a text back from Sam on your way that's like, I feel so many things about your mother offering to teach me how to knife fight. I think 70% of them are good or at least middling.
I'd say that's a really high percentage for this kind of situation. Send it. Yeah.
And you walk up to the Ivy Lace house and your hand reaches out for the doorknob and Sloane opens the door. Hello.
Hi. I am just here to get ready for tonight. Offer to help at all if you need it. And I was wondering, would you mind doing a card reading for me, actually?
Of course. I'm just unpacking my bits that I got. So head on upstairs.
Do you want me to help?
No. I've got it. I've got enough children to do the job for me. And you head up this kind of like spiral set of staircases up to the attic where Sloane's kind of like meditation area is. This is like a somewhere with like a lot of throw pillows, like floor pillows, lots of like beautifully woven like rugs and tapestries hung up. Smells very strongly of incense in here. There are these like sheer gauze curtains hanging over the central windows that give this like hazy warm light, even though it's like, you know, the sun is kind of starting to set. You're getting closer to the evening now, not quite. And then a few minutes later, Sloane joins you and kind of like gently shuts the door behind you. Want a reading?
Please, if you don't mind. I know you have a lot to prepare for, so if it's too much, I completely understand. I'm about to make a really big decision that I've already kind of committed to, but, you know, just before I full send it, and there's a lot going on with the family. So, just, you know,
Well, never too much, Nadette. Comes down.
Many would disagree with you, but I appreciate it.
She grabs a set of kind of gilded tarot cards with this like beautiful like purple metallic like gilding on the edges of them, and she kind of like sits down on a pillow in front of you and starts deftly shuffling them. So, whatever you're thinking about, whatever you want to know, hold that in your mind. You know the drill. And she splits the deck, into 3 piles.
Just rips a card in.
that one. She sets 3 piles of cards in front of you. All right? She takes the first pile. She takes the first card on top of it and she flips it over. And what you see is so these cards are a personal deck to Sloane. Had them obviously custom designed for herself, so these are very much like the imagery on these is personal to her and your family. And what you see on this first card is a beautiful armored woman, a female tiefling, who stands in a grand chariot that is being pulled by these two skeletal horses. One of them is black and one of them is white. Both of them have these like skeletal horse heads. And she's got this like large battle axe strapped to her back. She's very much ready for war. But the wheels of this chariot are actively splintering apart and are very much about to send all of them crashing. And she turns us over and she says, "You're past the chariot." And this tells me that you've been experiencing a lot of anger. You see these two horses, they're meant to represent being pulled in opposite directions, and it is your job to keep them under your control, lest your path be derailed altogether. This card is reversed, so you haven't felt like you have a lot of control in your path or your life so far. You feel at the mercy of these opposing forces, and perhaps recently you have felt like you could not quite muster the strength to rein them in. Life has kind of dragged you in any direction that it pleases. It's also telling me that you've been experiencing a lot of strong impulses and a lack of ability to rein those in as well. A hand drifts over the central pile. She flips over the topmost center card. What you see is another kind of female tiefling standing in the grounds of a large estate that bears a familiar resemblance to your own home. She is surrounded by her family, and this card is emblazoned with these 10 star-shaped pentacles that look like these large golden coins. They have this kind of like reflective gilding that kind of catch the light. The family is depicted surrounded by lots of riches and treasure. They are prosperous, they are financially secure. And in the background on the horizon, a large pirate ship bobs on the sea in the distance. And Sloane says, "The 10 of Pentacles. This card can represent family, ancestry, legacy. It asks us to consider what we have inherited and what we might learn from our priors. Notably, this card is also reversed." And Sloane points this out to you and says, "A little bit of a familial disharmony."
In my family. Sorry.
Maybe you don't feel quite as connected to them as you would like. This is, for me, a warning, a little bit. Do not allow previous cycles of destruction to repeat themselves, Adet. It also, notably, kind of like taps one of these like gilded gold pentacle coins. Warns us against the dark side of wealth and greed and the consequences of our avarice. I don't know if that has been coming up lately. The final pile. She turns it over. Your future. This card depicts a sailor. He is submerged in the astral sea. One of his ankles is wrapped by this kind of monstrous tentacle of a giant kraken-like creature who is also not just dragging him to the depths, but in the process of dragging his ship towards the depths. And the sailor is trying desperately to swim towards the surface, his hand outstretched. And at the top of this card, a second golden hand dips into the water, reaching down to him. Sloane says, "Judgment." These cards depict what one might imagine a final judgment to be. It speaks of something coming to a final closure. For me, this card brings to mind moments where my actions have changed the course of my path for good. It maybe indicates that there may be a moment coming to you where there's no looking back. It gives us due reminder that the consequences of our actions often catch up to us. And this may be the time to consider them well. However, it also suggests a period of awakening, perhaps brought on by some self-reflection. You'll realize what you need to change, and how to be true to yourself and those needs. Well, I don't know if any of that gives you some insight.
No, it's helpful. Tell me, do all my family members get outlooks this cheery all the time?
I couldn't possibly share other people's private.
Of course. Client, attorney privilege. Thank you, Sloane. I greatly appreciate it. Well, you were just debriefed on a lot of the things happening in the family, so I'm sure you have your own thoughts and feelings about what these all mean, but I appreciate you doing the reading, and I think it's easy to forget that every action and every choice does come with consequences, even if you don't always feel them. It's a good reminder that bigger choices come with bigger ones.
I'd say that's a deft interpretation.
Would you mind writing me a letter of recommendation to my mother?
For what, darling?
She's making me go through the process of getting hired. Officially, I know. So I did steal some letterhead, so you could write it very official. Just like how good and competent I am would be great.
You know I don't like to get involved in that business stuff.
Yeah, I know, but, just like it's a personal recommendation, right? Not professional. It's, good when building a portfolio to have a good mix of peer, personal, and professional recommendations. And I already have a list of all the professional recommendations that I will seek, but a personal one. A familial one. One who has seen me through thick and thin. Kind of gestures at the cards through the good and bad. Knows my character.
Here's what I'll do for you. Bit of light blackmail. And we'll see how that goes. This is much more my style.
You're going to blackmail my mother?
Oh, frequently. It's like a little bit of a joke between us.
Can I what?
No, it's very private.
Okay. Alright, well, again, thank you very much for your time. I greatly appreciate it. You are the best of us. I think I'll just kind of look out a window, see how close we are to time. Probably just hang out with Liv until then, unless you sure you don't need a hand getting set up?
No.
Okay. I need a haircut. I'm gonna go ask Olivia if she will.
Okay. I'll see you in a few hours. And yeah.
And I'll go get split ends trimmed.
Your cousin, probably in her bedroom, getting a haircut. And I think from there we will move forward a few hours to post dinner time. The sun is very much dipped beyond the horizon. Night has fallen. And who do we think is the first to kind of like come downstairs or arrive at the estate to find Sloane kind of like in the process of setting up the living room space with this seance?
I mean, I think Ruby's had fuck all to do this afternoon. So
I think what draws you to the living room is actually suddenly the very powerful scent of incense. And as you walk in, it kind of like hits you in the face. It's pleasant, but it's strong.
yeah. Wow. That's a lot. I can't talk, actually.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Nah, you thought it, though. You thought it very hard in my direction, and I could still hear it.
You ready?
Yeah, it's just opening a door or a channel or a phone line or something, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. It's not that deep.
And one by one, the rest of you file in and join. Sloane has gathered together the items that she needs. I think she turns to you, Reva, and says, "Do you have what I asked for?"
I think like after the conversation. Oh, thank you. I do. And I think out of probably like a, I'm trying to figure out like what type of container it would be, but probably out of a dusty sort of like chest, I pull out 2 waxed paper lanterns, one with a candle mostly burnt out and one unlit.
She takes these from you very delicately. She sets them to one side for a moment as she begins setting up this ritual area. You watch her take a pouch that you recognize, all of you, as the pouch that you took from the mines below that contains that abyssal sea salt. And she takes it in her hand and she draws a large circle in the center of the room. Tennant kind of like is probably working with Rodella to kind of push the furniture to kind of like the edges of the room to give you some space. She also takes the mirror that was in the kitchen this morning, places it at the center of the circle, and positions it, asks you all to sit, to reflect the space where people are being seated, and notably says, I'm sure I don't need to remind some of you. Don't look at your reflection. Or do. I can't tell you what to do, but the consequences are yours. Out of interest, does anyone?
It has not hurt. The mirror specifically has not hurt Ruby so far. So I don't think that she's thinking about it too hard.
How dare you tempt me like this, but no.
I do.
Nadette, you look.
I rolled for it and I do. Can't blame the dice.
So true. Would you make me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Don't forget you have Rodella's bonus.
Yeah. Does anyone else look?
That's a
like
+3, right, Rodella? To wisdom?
It's +4, right?
Slay. Okay. So 13 plus 2 is 15 plus 4 is 19.
Okay. First thing you see, and this is the exact replica of Ruby in the mines when she turned that shard of glass towards Nadette. Half of your face is gaunt and withered with this kind of piercing scarlet eye in it. But most of your face is flushed with youth. Your eyes are yellow. And there's just a sinister curl to the grin of your mouth that gives you a little bit of a cold shiver. Would you roll me a D100, please?
Do I have to?
Yes, you failed to save.
With a 19?
Okay. Yeah, that's a yep.
What if I don't look in? What if I lied and I didn't?
Oh no, the consequences of your actions.
It's almost like I just had a reading being like, you should think about things before you do them. That's an 89. I'm rolling good today.
God.
I think that's good. I don't know anything about what's gonna happen, but that's a high number.
Nadette, you are suddenly washed with very intense feelings of guilt and shame over your past actions. I think ever since you saw that card laid out in front of you where it warned you and made you consider past actions that you have taken that have changed the course, as you watch the manifestation of your lack of impulse control and your anger, you are just suddenly heavy with shame for your past actions. And it is like a stone weight in your chest. Sloane continues. She takes out the Doomswood fragment, that piece of driftwood, and places it next to the mirror. It does not have the same aura as before. As you remember, Sloane dispelled it, but she places it next to the mirror. She retrieves the ebony candle, places it in front of the mirror, and then at this stage she takes those 2 lanterns that you gave her, Reva, and puts them in the center of the circle, along with some offerings of her own. And you recognize these, Reva, as the familiar flowers of lilac and aster and sage and poppy, the flowers you know surround Bernadette, where she is buried, where you left her on that cliff. And Sloane looks at you all. Unnaturally solemn is maybe too strong a word, but she understands the gravity of what we're doing here. Are we ready?
I look at Sloane and I just go, you know I hate that we're doing this, right?
I would expect nothing less.
Rodella puts a hand on your knee.
Can I just catch Reba's eye and give her like a reassuring smile, and I'll just give you preventatively a point of bardic inspiration.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I think I smile. I look back at Sloane. I hate you. I love you. Let's do this.
All right. She walks over to the candle, and with her own tiefling magic conjures a flame in her fingertips. And she bends down and lights it, and it flares with purple fire, and immediately the room, all the shadows seem to coalesce and dim, and there is a purple wash of light over you all. She turns to you all. I'd like you all to hold a memory or a thought, if you can, of the loved one you are trying to reach. Riva, what do you think of in this moment?
I think despite herself, despite every good memory she can pull up, she thinks of their last fight.
Ruby, what do you think of in this moment?
I think Ruby feels a bit lost because the furthest back that she can remember is all just gunfire and screams and smoke. But I think that as when they sat down, she kind of took her cloak off and it sat in her lap with all of the crow feathers and the single raven feather that are attached to it, kind of at the mantle. And as she so often does, she's just running a hand over that one larger feather. And it's less a thought of Bernadette or to Bernadette and more a thought to her bird, just asking him to lead her home the way that he always led her home.
Nadette, what do you think of in this moment?
I think with this feeling of guilt and shame that is just tugging at Nadette, and with being the only one here who never, met Bernadette, I think she's just picturing a look of disgust on Bernadette's face, which is of course her own face mirrored back at her. And I think that's all, just pure disgust at her.
I think Tennant pulls on the few hazy memories he has of her. He remembers that brash, ugly laugh. And he remembers not necessarily these memories of these moments, but he knows why he spent a good portion of his teenaged youth reading to Nadette, as was done for him. Rodella, what do you think of in this moment?
I think Rodella thinks of when she first kind of arrived on that ship following the explosion, following that. And lying in a bed, contemplating how these injuries were going to change her life, and being surrounded by these people that bring so much rage and fear inside of her, and then seeing Bernadette walk through the door with an orange and her just sitting next to her and chatting. And she was very talkative, and Rodella did not say much, but she just listened, and Bernadette filled the space. And she didn't think that she could feel comfortable on this ship. But she did.
And Rose, what do you think of in this moment?
I think that as Rose is sitting here, was not lucky enough to meet Bernadette, but I think having been with this family for 11 years, as Rose thinks about Bernadette, she thinks about all of the pieces of this family that she loves, the parts that, don't fit, but like didn't quite come from Adela, didn't quite come from Riva, and I think the Bernadette that Rose thinks about is the Bernadette that's left behind, and the Bernadette that she does know as all the little pieces that still live in the people that she loves. The echo, I guess, that Bernadette left behind.
And Sloane sits down cross-legged within the boundaries of this circle. You see the purple light of that candle flame reflected in her entirely white eyes, turning them this hazy shade of lilac as she stares into the ethereal plane and says out loud, "Bernadette, if you are here, if you have something to say, we are listening." And the flame on the candle begins to flicker and spark, and the temperature of the air begins to cool. And you all, many of you tieflings, feel unfamiliar, chilled goosebumps raise on the surface of your skin. And in the partly shattered glass of this mirror, you see a hazy shape begin as a wisp, and then something more, something not quite corporeal, mostly translucent, but unmistakably feminine and unmistakably standing in the center of that circle. Sloane says, "Hello, my dear." I want to pause and remind you all that the components that you're using in this ritual give you certain benefits. So the candle will give everyone here advantage on persuasion or insight checks made to commune with Bernadette. And you also gain, because of the sea salt, a +2 bonus to any rolls made to interpret any information given as well. Sloane says next, "Would anyone like to say anything?"
Rodella looks at Riva.
And I think, like, if the, like, with the temperature of the room dropping, I think it's the same sinking feeling, but like in Riva's stomach. Like, she is like, this is not at all what she wants to be doing right now. Not because she doesn't. It's just, I think there's just an overwhelming sensation of guilt. I think that's mirrored of fault, of responsibility, of I think a lifetime of thinking, oh, what could I have done differently? What would I say if I could have the opportunity? And very explicitly, she's been pushing back the even remote chance of ever doing something like this. So now that we're in this situation, I think what you all see is your mother, your mother-in-law, and your wife all sort of just I don't know what the right word is. Besides the fact that this is very much so an anxiety, panic, freeze response, I think.
It's strange as you feel this like anxiety and panic take over you, Reva. You almost see it reflected in that hazy figure in that mirror. You can't see anything in front of you. It is this mirror that is allowing you insight into what Sloane herself is seeing much more clearly. And all of you see this figure stumble away from Sloane and turn. And her body is pointed directly towards you, Reva. And she moves to the very edge of the circle that she can. She looks back at Sloane and back towards you and back at Sloane. And a tendril of this shape reaches out like a hand, pressing at the edge of this circle. And you hear distantly, almost on the wind, Reva?
I would like to reach out a hand back towards the tendril. And very quiet, almost imperceptibly, I think she looks forward into this space, that empty space, and just whispers, I'm sorry.
As you reach out a hand, do you cross the threshold of this soul at all? Because Bernadette cannot cross it herself.
I think I do. I do.
You hear a split-second warning from Sloane, be careful, and your hand crosses the threshold and you feel a sensation of someone gripping your wrist, and you hear, Reva! And all of you are hit with a vision. You see from a third person's perspective Bernadette on the deck of the Sea Devil's ship, her legs kind of hanging over the edge of the furthest end of it. She has a candle in a lantern held between her hands. She wipes her face, which is streaked with tears. And she says, I wish you were here. And I'm sorry she's not. And she reaches down and releases that candle onto the surface of the ocean as it begins to bob and sway on the waves, that tiny flickering flame fighting to keep burning. And then suddenly, a hand reaches up and grabs it from the surface of the ocean. And Ruby Davies climbs over the edge of the ship, and Bernadette sits back, shaking. Davies' hair is wet and kind of plastered to her face. And she stands and she reaches a hand down to Bernadette. And for a moment she's just in awe, and her eyes are filled with these golden tears as she takes her hand and allows herself to be pulled to standing. She goes, "Mom?" And you see Ruby Davies plunge a dagger into her chest. Bernadette is smiling, and her face is being cradled. And then the dagger pulls, and Bernadette drops. And Ruby Davies stands over her and watches the blood spread out onto the deck. And she steps backwards off the edge of the boat and disappears again into the ocean. And as you are pulled from this vision again, the last thing you hear is the grief-stricken scream of your mother. The hold on your wrist lets go, Reva.
I think there's cold sweat like running down my back. And I think I kind of look around the room for a moment, I think taking in all of our collective shock. What really happened? And what's going on?
Was it Lawrence?
Ruby 10 has reached out for your hand and is gripping it almost hard enough to hurt.
Yeah. She's dug her fucking claws in right back.
That hazy figure in the mirror is still there. You see it move from Reva to you, Radella, to Tennant, to Ruby, to Nadette, to Rose. It moves between all of you. Everyone who would like to make an insight check.
Well, does this have in...
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask if, so we just double checking, we get to add our persuasion to this insight check?
So you roll it with advantage, and you add 2 to whatever you roll.
Perfect, thank you.
Radella has the ability to see into the ethereal plane with her arcane eye. So I think in this moment she activates it.
I would like to use the bardic that Rose so kindly gave. What are we rolling? Insight?
Mm-hmm. To 25.
23.
16, which is pretty damn low for me.
Oof.
I rolled a 3 and a 4.
Oh!
Okay. Reva?
37.
Fucking Jesus. All right. Yeah.
Thank you for that, fat Bardic.
Anytime.
Okay. So, Rose and also Tennant, who also rolled low. Rose, I think, purely just because this is unfamiliar to you. You're not sure of Bernadette's mannerisms. You're not quite sure how to interpret these actions. Tennant, I think, is just too stricken to even fight past, like, the white noise in his head right now. Ruby and Nadette, you get franticness, and more than anything, you get fear from these movements. There's desperation in it. You also get this, Reaver. With a 37, what I will also say is you get a sense of urgency and a sense of trying to communicate that is not able to happen. And Rodella, as you activate your see invisibility with your arcane eye, and this wash of the ethereal plane begins to cover your vision, Bernadette in full materializes in front of you. You see her features. You see her in her moment of death, that dark stain across her chest, that kind of fluffy white hair sprawled around her. And you see her going to each and every one of you, and you see her mouth moving, and you see like tears streaming from her eyes as she desperately is saying something, but you are not able to hear.
Is there any way, is she moving around too much for me to be able to try and read her lips?
Make a perception check.
Wait, I did.
You got DM inspiration earlier.
I'm doing it. Ugh. 15.
I think the words you do get are get out, and you see like her arms flailing and she's just gesticulating and gesturing behind her, get out. Do you try and make eye contact with Bernadette?
Yeah.
I think she looks at you. And in this moment, she recognizes that you can see her more fully. And there's this mixture of like relief and like panic, and she falls to her knees in front of you. It's like she's begging you. She goes, get out.
I think Rodella...
She's almost like tearing at like the carpet, like almost as if she's like trying to write.
I think Rodella stands up and turns to everyone else and just says, she's telling us to get out. We need to leave.
Out of the house, off the planet?
What do you mean?
What's she doing?
She's just screaming, get out.
Sloane stands and goes, that's not what I see.
Sloane, what do you see?
What do you see?
She's smiling at you. She's going to each of you, thanking you.
She looks agitated.
Rodella looks at Bernadette. Is she... So you said she's tearing at the carpet, trying to like claw something into the carpet?
Yeah, it's almost as if like in her like franticness, she's like trying to find something to write with but doesn't have anything.
Rodella looks around for like anything that she can like throw in the center to...
Can I use a little tiny bit of a fog cloud to fog up the glass in the mirror?
Yeah.
It's just cool.
Yeah.
It's cool.
That is cool. Yes, you can. Rodella, you can see as Ruby conjures this fog and it steams up the mirror behind her. Her head whips around as she like almost like falls on her knees in her like agitation to get over to the mirror. As she writes on the mirror, "Wallow." And then the mirror shatters. And Bernadette, you all hear this with this wailing scream. Disappears.
Is this a spell that I can try to counterspell?
No.
Surely crazy. Okay.
I think then Nadette is just gonna like grab Riva and is just gonna try and shove Riva out the door. I think first instinct is like, let's get the, like, if we need to get out, let's get the person with the biggest connection out first. Just like, if you'll allow it, Bree, we'll grab you and like start like shoving you towards the door to get out. I don't think saying it.
I'm going to actively resist, because at this moment, what I would like to do is look at Sloane like, what the fuck?
Sloane is just looking with muted interest at this mirror, and her head tilts as she looks at it. And you see the letters on the mirror start to move, as if a hand is smearing them not out of existence, but into a different shape entirely. The W and the A moves around, flips, and the O and the W at the end moves around and also flips. And I'm going to send you all something that you see.
I feel real fucking normal about this.
As these letters shift into place, it spells out Molly M. And Sloane looks up at you, Riva, with this like furrowed brow. And a third eyelid blinks across her eyes. As she opens her mouth to speak, and a webbed hand claws out of it and yanks down her jaw as someone else entirely steps out of Sloane's skin. This person has this pale grey skin like a corpse that shines, glistening with both seawater and these eerie silver scales that coat this person's shoulders and breastbone like armor. These eyes, the white eyes of Sloane, disappear and replaced with these gigantic fish-like eyes that are like silver with death, like a beached fish that has been out in the sun for too long. This creature has a wide, high nose bridge that is flushed with this furrowed, hairless brow, and these pale, bloodless lips hold rows and rows of impossibly small but menacingly sharp, slightly hooked teeth. Her ears are not ears at all, but papery fins with long spindles sticking out either side of her temples. And either side of her sternum are these open slashes that breathe with movement as these gills suck in air. And her hair, a tangled mess, so long it almost touches the floor in front of you. And even though it's darkened with seawater and wound with these ropes of green and black seaweed, it still holds the unmistakable ginger color that once belonged to Molly Machiavellian, Waylon's first wife. Now, before you, as a sea hag, and she grins. And that is where we are going to end today's session.
Wrong, actually. Thank you very much. You're wrong.
Thank you so much for watching this extra spooky Halloween episode of Crow Lane. I cannot wait, truly, to see you next time. But for now, caca!